Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, November the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can you give me a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, well, we've got some, it's funny how all this works. These sectors, if we want to call the shipper, well, the shippers are a sector. A lot of this stuff is all cyclical. So today we are cyclical into the shipping sector. So look what happened to eDrive. Crazy. First of all, super low float. It's under 1 million. We have under 1 million in the float for eDry, E-D-R-Y. Released earnings after hours. Look at the craziness. This stock was sitting at 438, got all the way up to 1450 after hours yesterday. Still kind of hanging in there, pulled back a little bit, but it is still hanging in there. It's an earnings play. So 2 million shares have traded already. Now again, this is what our provider is telling us the float is. You go to 10 different, I know I say this all the time, but you go to 10 different sites, you probably get 10 different float values. For these small ones that have done reverse splits, many of them, it's very hard sometimes to get a true figure what the float is. Bottom line is it'll be a low float. And the other bottom line is it has dragged up so many of the other shippers. This is actually an earnings play. All right, but look at all the other shippers. Now, this was November the 11th pre-market, so this was before the market opened. But, this was before the market opened yesterday. But look what's happened. In reaction, I guess, to eDry. There's Sina, there's SEA. I think that's another one that was up. You can see they all have the similar pattern, reacting to eDry's earnings, dragging the entire sector up. So that's today. Tomorrow, who knows? So that is the hot sector du jour. There are other things happening. I'm hearing, take a look at Fossil. Now, Fossil's been all over the place this morning. FOSL, it's an earnings play. Retail industry, but it's been all over the place. Look at this. It got all the way up to 790. It released earnings after hours yesterday. Again, there's that mauve area. That is our after hours. So it released earnings after hours, got all the way up to 875. It is pulled back now to 711. High of 790 in the pre-market, but it's starting to fade. I don't know. Okay, I'm just going to answer somebody in the YouTube feed. It's right here. If you're using our app, not the web-based version WC, then in the toolbar you should see something that says Brokerage Plus, and where it says Sim, you just click on that. Then you're in our simulator. Okay, if you don't have this as an option, then you're using an older version of Trade Ideas. I don't know if there's an ETF for shipping. There could be, but off the top of my head, I don't know what that is. GRWG. So this has been the strongest cannabis play. Strongest in that it really hasn't given much up. And it's an earnings play. So there it is. It released earnings after hours. Again, there's that reaction. Still kind of holding in there. GRWG. ZCMD, ZCMD, and this is not an earnings play. What do they say here? They've got some kind of a deal with Takeda. It was a press release. It mentioned Takeda in it. So that popped this stock this morning, got all the way up to 345. It's a low float. Look at the volume already, 3 million shares. It'll easily trade the float today. IMAC. It's an earnings play. Let me take a look at it right now. IMAC, it is an earnings play. And they also said that they purchased a chiropractic company called Lockwood. All right, so that's IMAC. So it's a big, nice gap. I mean, look at there. Look at that. There's the 200-day moving average right through it. JE, small energy play, is an earnings play, gapping down. It's a big, yeah, pretty big gap down, 13%. It's an earnings play. The reason I look at this one is that, really it's at an all-time low. Right here, it's an all-time low for JE. So here's another shipper, PXS. And this is, now this is November 13th, so they're supposed to release earnings. Make sure they didn't do it already. I don't think they did it already. So they're supposed to release earnings November 13th after the market closes. So that's tomorrow after, which is very strange. Most companies do not release earnings after the market closes on a Friday, but it appears that these guys are going to. Sometimes foreign companies will. Out of Greece, okay. So, but there's PXS, another very low float, 4 million, already traded 2.5 million. This will easily trade the float today. Yeah, an earnings play is, for me, it's just a company that released earnings either after hours yesterday, after the market closed yesterday, or before the market opens today. And that's an earnings play. Those stocks generally are going to be active all day. RVLV. This is ringing in my ear here. AMTX is starting to sink here. AMTX, there's an earnings play, November 12th, pre-market. So, there it is. No, there was no reaction after hours. Remember, people know this company's going to release earnings. They came out. Look at this sink. So now it still has some room down to that 200-day moving average. All right, FPRX, guys. FPRX, this was, of course, a big one from yesterday. It did sell off. It did sell off quite a bit because it got as high as 24 and it closed down here at 18. So, it sold off about $6. But it is, it's right back. Had big news yesterday. RVLV is an earnings play, I believe. Yes, it's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. It says mail order houses, but it's a retail business. Revolve. So there's a reaction, and it is starting to move down. Lots of room underneath. There's a small one that released earnings, NNDM. Too many N's. NNDM is another earnings play. It is a lot of volume. Another low float, 4 million in the float. Lots of volume already. Just kind of going to watch this. Now, and here's another, Sino was the other shipper. It's not an earnings play, or I don't know if I already mentioned this one, but again, so here are all the shippers. All the shippers are just, I'm sure Globus is probably up there too. GLBS. Yeah, they're all. Look at the action after hours yesterday, all in relation to what eDry did. Now, another one to keep an eye on would be MPLN. So they did release earnings yesterday, or this morning, before the market opened. So there is the reaction. Now, this got hammered yesterday because Muddy Waters, one of these short selling groups, dumped all over them, and so that caused MPLN to do this, but coming back a little bit. MPLN, they did release earnings, so it's coming back a little bit. And another one that I know has a lot of volume is SYPR, another low float. I noticed this one right here. So it popped up to 180, but it came all the way back down to 144. Now, doesn't mean it's not going to regain. So I'd be watching this one, especially if it bases for a little bit before the market opens right around here. You get a pop right off the bat. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, but that's just me. But for those of you who are, like the excitement, if this keeps basing here, and then when the market opens, get a lot of volume and it pops, that could, challenge that pre-market high of 180. It's a low float, 11 million in the float. It's already traded almost a million shares. And SYPR, and it's an earnings play. So it is an earnings play, so it'll definitely be active all day long. And Revlon will not give up here. Revlon is still active, and this is actually an earnings play. November 12th pre-market, so this is actually an earnings play also. I mean, this has had some wild, last couple of days have been very wild. You know, you don't like to see these big topping tails. I mean, remember what this means. At one point, you know, the buyers, this stock was right up here and then it sold off. And the day before it did the same thing, even worse. But it is an earnings play, and the volume is coming in. It's a low float. Oh yeah, I mean, listen, if when I talk about an earnings play, I mean when IMAC, it might be a loss. Doesn't matter what we think. I mean, this is still up 88%. Maybe they guided well. Maybe they didn't lose as much as everybody thought. Bunch of stuff goes in. You can't just, of course, look at the EPS and say, well, wow, they lost all this amount of money, so therefore it's got to be garbage. I'm not saying this is a great company. I'm just saying this is a reaction to their release. Well, I look at here's my pre-market actives up and down. This is one of the these are two of the scans that I'm sharing. This is my go-to, okay, my go-to scans every single morning before the market opens. Yeah, the VXRT, yeah, I saw that. It was a hamster study, yes. Yeah, so the VXRT is trying to come back, though I did not think. Yeah, okay, yeah. COVID-19 vaccine shows encouraging action in animals. Well, my pre-market actives, the first thing I do is I just look at the change from the close. So, I mean, these are the active stocks in the pre-market. Okay, that's the first thing I do, change from the close. So you don't look at VXRT, it's up 17.7%. On the downside, AMTX is down 30%. So, you know, these are the active stocks right now, especially when I can see some volume. So they're, you know, most of these are going to be up on volume or down on volume. So, I mean, you know, these are just stocks that are active in the pre-market. Then I'll also, which you don't see me do, because you know I'm starting this my time at about 4:15. We start getting our data at 4 in the my time 4 in the morning. You know, but I'm also sorting on different columns to get different looks, and that's the whole idea of a top list window. You know, it's just what I do. Earnings, like earnings date. You know, I can sort on the earnings date, so now I can see all the companies, everything that says 0.25 right here. It means they've released earnings pre-market. If it says minus 0.25, that means they released after hours yesterday. You know, so I mean, you can zero in on, usually earnings plays can be very interesting all day long. So it's the same thing. I just sort on the earnings date column here. So I mean, there's still a ton of earnings plays this week. You know, look at them all. You know, a lot of them don't have any volume, but so you know, it's a matter of you know, doing your work in the pre-market. Right now I'm just going to concentrate on the ones that are up or down the most. And here's USEG. This was ringing in my ear also. USEG. All-time low, right? No, not quite an all-time low. I guess this would be the all-time low down here, $1.37. Okay, so Joshua, I'm just going to put a link in for you, all right? But actually, when you signed in to the YouTube feed, you should have seen, I hope it's still there, you should have seen something that looks like this. Give me a second here. You should have seen something that looks like this, a whole list of scans that I'm sharing with links. If for some reason you did not see that, what I'm going to do is drop my homepage link into the YouTube feed. Okay, so if you click on my link, my homepage link, I'm going to show you what you'll see. So one of the tabs here is click here, and you'll see a list of all my scans that I'm sharing. Click here, and you'll see pre-market up, pre-market down. Okay, so that's how you can access those two scans. Once the market opens, I just close these down. Okay, Godson, if you can, if you can just hold on a bit. You've asked a question about multi-strategy, alert window to a multi-strategy window. A little bit busy until maybe about 10 o'clock. But then I can definitely help you. The other thing is that it's probably covered right here. If you don't want to wait, I'm going to just stick this in here. The 20 lessons in 20 short lessons. One of them is multi-strategy windows. So you could probably look at it right now if you want. Yeah, I did see PDD. PDD is up big. Yeah, 23%, and it's kind of weird trading. I mean, look at the 5-minute chart; it just kind of flattened right out. But you can definitely, Godson, you can definitely look at the short lessons, because watch this. It's the 20 short lessons. You just click on that link, and one of the lessons is, and it's probably just going to, multi-strategy windows right there. And you click on that, and it'll tell you exactly how to create a multi-strategy window out of alert windows. Okay, so you don't have to wait for me, but if you want, you can do so. Yeah, PLTR is still, it's looking okay. There's no question. It is looking okay. It's just a lifetime high now. Had a rocky debut, though. Definitely a rocky debut for about a month, 5 weeks, until last week. Yeah, VRM is an earnings play also. VRM is also an earnings play. Surprised how many earnings plays there are. Thought there'd be a lot less this week, but there seem to be still enough earnings plays. Oh, I see. Wanting to create. Let me make sure. Somebody said, I'm going to click on my link. What time is it right now? Whoa, 9:24. No, I don't think I'm going to have time to put the upgrades and downgrades in now, but let me just do something here. Mark it up. You must have clicked on the wrong link, WC. I just clicked on my link, and I did get the pre-market actives, you know, from that link that I showed you. I just clicked on it. You know, from here, I just clicked on that click for. I think what you did is you clicked above it. Okay, so the links are all below the heading. I think you must have just clicked above it. Okay, because I clicked on that link and I definitely got my pre-market actives up. Well, watch what I do. Okay, I'm going to click on it right here, pre-market actives up. I'm clicking on that link right there. Do it right in front of you. Click on it. Okay, here it is. It just appeared up here. I'm going to highlight it. Control C, I've copied it. And I'm going to file, load from cloud. And if I expand this just a little bit, you're going to see that there it ends in BB425. BB425, there it is. So there's the link. I'm going to load it. And I get pre-market actives up. So okay. Well, maybe try it from the link that I sent you. I'll have to look at that then from the YouTube section. Try it from my list. Okay, my Barry's homepage, as it's called. I'll have to look at that. Maybe there's something wrong with it there. Not there. It's definitely working for. Okay. All right, I am going to shut these two down. Okay, I'll have to, Joshua, I'll have to look at that later, okay? And maybe you have to re-input that list. I haven't looked at that for a while, so I do apologize if that is what's happening. All right, just want to get ready for the open here. Okay, so Andre, I'm not sure what scan you're using, okay, top percent losers, but it'll be, my guess is that if you right click on that scan, I mean, I don't know which scan you're, okay, so if you right click on it though and configure, check to see whether or not one of the filters is the current volume filter, okay? If the current volume filter is there, you'll get no data in the pre-market. That could be the reason. Okay, so again, right click on it, configure, summary, and just check to see if that current volume is a filter that is being used, because that'll block any data coming into the pre-market. Yeah, that's a common question. Okay, guys, we're going to open in less than 30 seconds. Well, let's have a great trading day today, everybody. Yeah, that's a common question. How come I'm not getting any data in the pre-market? And 9 times out of 10, it's because there's a relative volume filter that is active, and that prevents any data coming in the pre-market. All right, we are now open. And nothing will happen in these two, the watch list up, watch list down, until at least 9:45. you want to follow along, you can have my layout, of course. I forgot to put that in there. Where's my layout? So there's the layout that you can have for the test drive. And remember, if you have a layout already up and running, please make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And it'll look kind of like that. The only difference is you won't see these two windows. I wouldn't worry about this. I can show you how you can create them if you want. But look at all these shippers, guys. Tops, all these crazy little ones. Tops and Sino. PXS. How's eDry doing right now? This is what caused the feeding frenzy for the shippers today. But it is starting to drift down now. My goodness, look at iMac. Look at iMac, look at the pop, look at the volume that has come into it. Already traded 10 million shares, 7 million in the float. This will trade the float like crazy today. Look at the pop through the 200-day moving average. And it is an earnings play, so this is going to be active all day long. But I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll try to let things settle down a little bit. You know, if you don't want to load my layout and you want to access my watch list up and down, you can click from the toolbar, you can click on New, Channel Bar, and then Barry's watch list. Again, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, and then you'll have access to these three windows. Look at iMac. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I know it's hard sometimes, guys. I mean, you know, I see these things whipping right off the bat, but too many times I've seen, you know, it'll move up and then a second later it just drops. So I just shy away from trading in the first 15 minutes. You know, I'll miss these runners, but I've just found over experience for every one of these there could be 10 others that look like this and then drop immediately. So yeah, if you pick the right one, it's great. How is Fossil doing right now? It's an earnings play. So it did pop up again. It's been a little bit, wow, look at iMac. Oh man, look at that low float, 7 million in the float. By the way, how's Acre doing? So Acre is still halted and it's a news halt. Looks like it's a merger. Merger information, Acre and MyMD Pharmaceuticals signed a definitive merger agreement. So the combined company is expected to remain listed on NASDAQ under the new ticker symbol MYMD. That won't be today, of course, but that's the reason for Acre being halted, AKER. Okay, now here's another really cheap one. I noticed this one, I mean, had a big drop. EMAN, E-M-A-N, it's an earnings play. It had a big percentage drop. Yeah, XPEV on the move here. Man, oh man. So maybe the EV sector will be alive again today. There's that all-time high, not that far away, 39.66 last week. Or close to it, 39.50. Nothing stopping iMac right now. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, so the warning sign right now, maybe, for Fossil, that it may not continue, these topping tails. I mean, it's already dropped from 786 down to 756. Okay, so MPLN, at the beginning, pre-market, it looked like it was going to maybe pop a bit. This is an earnings play. Again, this is one that got hammered yesterday from Muddy Waters, one of these short sellers that exposed them, according to them. And that caused the stock to do this. So IMAX only up 184% and growing. Yeah, UNM volume is not great yet. I'm sure it'll pick up. Big float, 200 million in the float. Volume is still a little bit light. They announced a leadership transition. So there is some news on it. All right, another little one, guys. IDEX. Now, not a low float. 190 million in the float, not a low float. But it's just popping now over $1. IDEX. Looking left, looks like there's, doesn't have a greatest looking weekly chart in terms of where it could stall. And just checking to see if there's any specific news. Let's see. Okay, company entered into a stock purchase. Oh, okay, so they're acquiring a company for $40 million. So Timios, T-I-M-I-O-S, is probably a private company for $40 million. So you notice this is home from yesterday. This is in the simulator. I kept it overnight. Just wanted to show you how you can use our simulator, our paper trader, to also practice swing trading. So if you do not close out a position overnight, then that's what will happen. It'll just continue. Real, why don't you give me one that's going to drop $10, a more expensive one that's going to drop $10 today? Thank you very much. And I don't mean Amazon or something. So what is the market doing? So the market is, so we have a little disconnect going here again. So the Dow is down. SPY is down, but look at, as we speak anyway, tech is up. The Qs are up. Out of curiosity, how is Zoom doing, ZM? No, it's coming back. I mean, look at the low yet, or 2 days ago. Look at the low, 363, 431 now. Okay, RTX. Okay, I'm short everything. Just give me a moment so I can call my banker. All right, look at Solo. Solo, an EV play, electric vehicle play. And what is FUV doing? FUV, usually they kind of usually trade in tandem. So look at FUV. FUV has earnings on the 16th, so that's next week. FUV. So Solo and FUV. What's the float here for Solo? 47 million. It has a better looking chart because you look left and look at the room it's got. Solo, look at the room it's got on that monthly chart. On the weekly chart, there is the high 434. So if it takes that out, it can have kind of really start to fill in that void. But compare that to FUV, which is way choppier looking. You want to know how I look at things? Look at FUV. And listen, FUV could scream today, but look at the difference on that weekly chart. Look at all the congestion versus Solo. See how cleaner this is? Just has to take out that high. Man, Solo might take that weekly high out. 434. It's getting closer and closer. Straight up. Unusual options activity insight. So look at the option volume today. 200%. 200% of normal right now as we speak. And growing. Okay, so much for those topping tails for fossil, FOSL. Sometimes that's a clue that it could be over for a while, which it was for a while, but FOSL still relatively strong here. Earnings play. Yes, GP actually is a Vancouver company, I believe. Yeah, GP. Yeah, just really not catching any, not catching a bid though. I think it's a Vancouver company. Yeah. All right, look at home, guys. Home on the march here. Again, this is one that I'm showing you how you can practice swing trading. So I took this one yesterday. Okay, I'm watching the RTX reel. I am watching it. Well, okay. Well, I'm going to see how this works out real. By minute and shorting it. RTX, I don't usually take, well, it's 15 minutes. All right. was able to grab some right up here, right on that alert 63.79. So okay, what else is happening here? Let's see if I can click on that price alert down here. Okay, there's tops. I mean, again, the little shipper tops. Actually, more in the float than I thought. Okay, so Solo appears to have stalled right at the high there. Sorry, right there. 434. What did it get to? 425. Fossil is not giving up. This is a very strong earnings play right now. Fossil. So look left, and 791 is the high right there. So it's broken through that. The next high looking left on that weekly chart is around 885. I remember a lot of us, I think, played this one in this area right around here. This was something from Real in the trading room. He threw that out as an idea. I typically don't trade the more higher price stocks, but I thought I'd take a run at it. That's all. Okay, so there's Fossil right there. Fossil right there, 798 from my alert. AYRO, AYRO. Now what's the float here? 21 million in the float. AYRO. On the move here. Look at this move here for AYRO. Lots of volume, 7 times normal. Okay, so SYPR now. SYPR is, there's a pre-market high. I mean, it pulled way back, 180, got all the way down to 130. All right, Joshua. Well, let's see. I don't take these ones that are more expensive from the AI, but yeah, so Myrna had some news, of course. Moderna had some news. You know, of that big vaccine play. I know it had news this morning. Boy, Fossil is really strong. Very strong earnings play so far. You know, if you're in this one, just be aware of that area up here. That's the after hours high yesterday. And here, which is about almost the same, 883. Ah, okay. Okay, WC. Yeah, so just click on that sim and this box will pop up and then you can use our sim. You know, like, there's no point using IBs if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Don't use their paper trading. This is way easier to use. You don't have to worry about connecting or anything like that. Okay, Acre just opened. So they are going to be affecting a merger with another private company, with a private company. Called MyMD, MYMD. So there will be a new company formed, and the new ticker will be MYMD. Obviously not today. Did it really? Did E-Dry get up there? Okay, but remember, this is where it was last, or this is where it was this morning. Eno on the move. I know Eno on the move. Wow, yeah, what a nice move. Beautiful. Interesting day yesterday. I mean, I had a big day the day before, kind of a stalling day. Now, if you're in this one, just be aware of that 200-day moving average. Getting very close. 1272, 1216. Could stall it right there. Well, with the, I mean, it's going to be a merger with MyMD. I don't know what the merger agreements are. I don't know at what price. So, I mean, I really can't comment any more on that for acre. And look at Fossil now. So Fossil had a big drop from the highs right there, 825 down to 786. I mean, that's a pretty big move percentage-wise. Market is starting to drift down. So with the market doing this, I'm going to flatten out of that. That was a simulation carryover from yesterday. Okay, so I just flattened out of the home trade. I'm going to go over all this in a little bit, how to use the simulator or paper trader. So here's Arcadia, RKDA. It's also an earnings play. It was down, trying to come back. Low float, 9 million in the float. Not a lot of volume. 23 times normal, but not a lot of volume. No, look at PLTR now though. Oh. So lots of action. So let's see what's happening here. E-Dry. Yeah, I mean, I really highly skeptical of this one. Little one with very low float. Cause all the other shippers to pop with it. Yeah, well, look at the option volume today. It's 3 times normal. So that option volume today, right there, those are the contracts, 23,000, which represents 3 times normal. Normal being the average over the last 10 days. All right, so definitely, yeah, definitely activity with Solo. In fact, I was surprised that Solo was even optionable, but I mean that's a lot of option volume for a little company like this. So Real's looking for these tops and shorting these tops, in case you're wondering. So far, nothing shaking really with the AI. All right, I'll keep an eye on what sort of room does this one have, this AYRO. Yeah, it's not a great looking weekly. I mean, there's a high looking left of 335. And we're at 312. So, it's got this little area here that it has to maybe get through. I mean, if it can do that, it has a lot of room. Well, I use daily, weekly, and monthly SAM. Okay. But if I look at the daily, sometimes if I look at the daily, I don't see any resistance. So that's why I'll look at the weekly and I'll look at the monthly. Now, resistance, I mean, whether or not looking left and seeing the next high looking left is absolute resistance. I mean, that's, may not be, but, that's sort of the areas that I look at. Just one moment, please. Okay, so it doesn't, Prana. I mean, Home has got the AI doesn't analyze individual stocks. Okay, the AI doesn't do that. This was just I took this trade yesterday as a, we'll call it discretionary trade based on what I saw. So the I mean, AI doesn't know what alerts you're going to get on any given day. So it's not that you can plug in a stock and say, okay, AI, tell me what you think. It's not like that. My day is done. MDID, it is not. It is not a stock. All right, we've had a couple of, there's another, okay, here. Oh, that GTech. GTech is still alive here. GTech got halted and now it is just resumed. Of course, earlier this week, I guess, was that on Monday? What are we now? Thursday. So that was on Tuesday. Tuesday, this hit a high of 10. So, Prana, did you understand what I meant there in terms of the AI? The AI doesn't look at individual stocks. It's like this right here. Here's my basic new highs and lows, all right? So I have filters in place. You know, before the market opens, I have no idea what stocks are going to appear here. So it's not like I can, so it's the same with the AI. The AI has strategies that get optimized for every day. I'm going to go over that in a little more detail in about 20 minutes or so. So we don't know what alerts we're going to get. So market is just kind of flattened about right now. There are some bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart on the SPY. So the seller's been trying to knock it down a bit, but the buyers are, moving it up. RVP, guys, this used to be, I mean, look at the move RVP had over several months until it got right to that level, dropped. RVP trying to come back here. It's a low float, 11 million in the float. Volume is not excessive. I mean, it's 6.8 times normal. Okay, Acre on the move. I mean, it's hard to know what's going to happen here, but I mean, they're going to be doing a merger. Looks like it's a definitive merger agreement. And so Acre on the move. There's the 200-day moving average and a looming on top. Okay, so you see that the AI got out of Myrna. And yes, I hate that. It says profit save. I hate it. I mean, it's a loss. And I don't know why we can't make a change. I've asked the company to do that. But anyway, it is what it is. Well, the AI has a series of strategies that get optimized. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on what we call our 50 baseline strategies and goes through an optimization routine. So last night, that's what happened. These are the strategies that made the cut for today. Okay, these ones made the cut for today, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. Are they all going to be? Are they all going to work? Of course not. But that's the principle behind the AI. I mean, you can use trade ideas for a lot. I mean, I use trade ideas. I will watch these. First of all, I don't like the stocks over $20. That's just a personal preference for me for the AI. So consequently, I'm not too interested in these. But of course, I create my own. I create my own scanning. Also, that is correct, Joshua. Yeah, that is correct. If you're paper trading it, then you've picked moderate. You must have switched it from conservative to moderate. So what I'm talking about here is edit the long trading instructions. So you obviously have it on moderate instead of conservative. So yes, you'd still be in the trade. Okay. Now, from my watch list here, I'm not in love with these because, I mean, these, I just have a problem. I mean, this E-Drive was just crazy. I mean, that's nonsense. I mean, the reaction to earnings after hours, I put it on the watch list just in case it did, you know, it could regain what it did in the after hours yesterday. It doesn't look like it's going to. Not shortable for me. The stop has not been hit exactly. If the stop gets hit, then it will close out the trade. Yes, in moderate. Yes. Well, Acre's surprising me here. I thought maybe it would just kind of rest a bit after the merger news. It's a low float. There's that 200-day right there, guys. They're getting closer. 330 or so. 330, yeah, right there. Well, the question I had is how would one know when to short a stock? It's the same thing. How do you know when to go long a stock? Okay, I mean, it's the same. It's, you know, just thinking is reversed. Like when you, I'll flip the question to you. How would you know when to go long a stock? What would you be looking for? And I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. You know, I mean, there could be some clues. You get some, you know, series of topping tails that, you know, these topping tails meaning, you know, the buyers have taken a stock up, sellers knock it down, buyers take it up, sellers knock it down. Eventually, maybe the buyers just give up and say, you know what, you sellers can have it for a while anyway. That's one, call it a clue. Coming into resistance maybe on a chart. That's maybe another clue. Coming into the 200-day. That may be another clue. So are you talking about like literally setting a price alert and wanting to know when a stock hits a price? Hits a certain price? Is that what you're talking about? Work from home? It sounds like that. I mean, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so we have price alerts. We have a price alerts window that is real time. Certainly not a 20-minute delay. So I don't know. You're obviously not a subscriber. Otherwise, you'd be using our price alerts window right here. And that's real time. All right, guys. I got out of that RTX with a little bit of profit. I was hoping for a more of a catastrophic drop. It may happen later. I've got a. But thank you, Real. I made a little bit of money on it, so that's okay. Sounds like you're on delayed data. I mean, if you're getting alerts 20 minutes late, sounds like you're on delayed data in Thinkorswim. Oh, good for you, Jimmy. Well, I don't know about the best, but I mean, obviously these China stocks, the NIO, LI, and EPAV. I mean, I mean, there's these have a lot of following, LI and NIO and XPAV. Sorry, not EPAV, but XPAV. They have a lot of following. I can't tell you what's going to be the best, but if you're talking to me, no, I don't pay attention to Elliott waves. That's not to say that people shouldn't. I don't. I just don't pay any attention to it. All right. Yeah, actually, it's been a more quiet day for me, and when I say that, it's because I just, I'm listening to, getting all the alerts, and I'm not getting too many more right now. So for me, the things that I look at, with the filters I've got in place, it has slowed down. Yeah, nice big move. You're right. Nice big move for the SPY. I'm just kind of looking at some of the stocks on my watch list that have not triggered yet, just to see if there's any. Reology was on the watch list to see if it would really break down, and it's trying to pop a little bit. I had the big drop 3 days ago. Tried to drop again yesterday, so I'm really watching this to see if it takes out 1047. Look underneath, it would have about $1 of room in theory. You might want to pay a little bit of attention to this BNTC. It may not happen today, but I mean, this is beaten up, of course, back here, $7 down to 250 or so. Looking left, 325 and 325. So there are a couple of highs right there in the weekly chart at 325. It's just kind of, resting a bit. Look at the volume that's come in this week. You know, 2.5 minutes, 2.4. I mean, there's no volume today. I know somebody's going to say, well, there's no volume today. All I'm saying is that, you know, there's a lot of volume coming in this week for it. Just look relation to the previous weeks, even the week that it dropped. So this could be some accumulation taking place. So, you know, what I would do is I would just stick a price alert, 325. I would stick a price alert, yeah, right there. What did it get to today? It got up to 322. So you can see if it can take out 325. So I'm gonna put a price alert around 328. May not happen today, and it may never happen. But you know, there's accumulation happening right now for that BNTC, and it's a low float. So you never know what this could give us down the road, BNTC. Yeah, boy, look how I'd be staying away from this one. I mean, this is just way too erratic. There's GTech got halted, dropped down, popped up, halted again. Well, the price isn't moving. You know, I mean, that's my interpretation anyway. I mean, the price is not moving. I mean, look what it's been doing. You know, it's really just flatlining a bit. But then this week, look, I mean, just look at the volume that is coming in, and yet it's not popping the price. Okay, so I'm just looking at that volume bar right there in the weekly chart compared to all the previous weeks. So something is happening. I mean, I don't know if it's going to pop, but that's why there's no harm in putting a price alert at the highs. I mean, it got up to basically those two highs. So I put a price alert and see if it takes it out at some point. Maybe not happen today. It may not happen ever. But no harm in putting the price alert. And if it happens, you know, then we have to see. All right, so Sino could keep going. I mean, there's my alert here at 278. It did pull back. You know, it might. I just have. Look, I have a bias, you know, against all these crazy little shippers. I do have a bias, but can't dispute the fact that they are today. Shippers are having their day for sure. Okay, LMNL, what is it doing? Yeah, boy, what a drop it's had. And it is actually, has earnings after hours today. Yeah, has earnings after hours today, November 12th, post-market. Now, I never, ever, I don't play earnings in that I do not take something ahead of earnings, you know, and hope that the earnings are going to be good or the reaction is going to be good. I doubt it, but let me just see. I doubt it. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It's actually had earnings. I'm sorry. It's going to have earnings after hours today. So that is, yeah, earnings schedule. Yeah, so it's after hours today for PLTR. So WC, if you left click on the chart, left click the chart, I have a question about how to change the chart symbol on a chart. So if you left click on the chart so that TradeIdeas knows that you're in this chart, left click on it. And 99% of the time, if you just start typing, So I just typed M, the change symbol box shows up. I can click change, or I can hit return on the keyboard, and that'll change it. If it doesn't change for you, now look at Sino-Go now, guys. So if it doesn't change for you by just typing, hit the space bar on your keyboard, and that hopefully will pop this up. Okay, good. Well, Sino's on the move, guys. 278 on the alert, 317 now. It was a little bit erratic, but once it took out that 278 again, and let's see, QTech, I thought, or GTech, it's just resumed. Yeah, it's a very low float, yes. Well, this one right here will show me all of the alerts. So that's why I keep this one open. This will show me all the alerts as they come in from all the different AIs. Again, as I say many times, I don't really care about where an alert comes from what segment, AI segment, or what strategy. So this is why I keep this open all day long. Well, that's good news, Emmanuel. I'll miss you. I try to pop in every now and then if you can, but obviously that is good news for you. Well, when you say choose what columns to see, I mean, we have a lot of different columns. I mean, these are the columns that I like, but I mean, we have a lot of different columns. Here they all are. You can pick and choose however you want to watch. I mean, the obvious ones are, where the entry was, where the stop is. I like to see the times, but, it's up to you. But yeah, you're not customizing. There's nothing to customize. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, no problem. Try to keep this off top or into the off topic, okay? Just try to keep the stocks only just for stocks and everything, not just to you, Stock Doctor, but for everybody, all right? If it's off topic, this is really just for specific stocks. I like this RVP. The only thing wrong with it, well, a few things maybe, but the spread is tightened up a little bit. Yes. In terms of the off topic, yes. Mankind on the move. Mankind on the move. MNKD on the move. Not a low float, but it is on the move. Yeah, pretty high short float percent. 21% of that float, low float, and 21% of it is short. There is not yet, Godson. It's something we're working on. Okay. The question was, can we set an alert for when the 8 EMA crosses the 20 SMA? It is something that we are truly working on for a real time alert on it. But right now, no. Okay, well, I don't know how to help you there, Chrome. One of the things is there a pop-up? You know, you're supposed to disable the pop-ups. If it's blurry, you might want to go to that gear icon right there, if you can see it. The gear icon. Not there, I'm sorry. Right here, right beside the gear icon up here, there's a refresh reload, and see if that helps. Okay. Yeah, just a minute, please. Just trying to. Why is that happening? Yeah, I mean, this RVP is, I mean, it's interesting, definitely interesting. You just have, but you're looking left. 934, though, is the next high looking left. I mean, that might stall it. 963 is what I'd be looking at, but this 934 is right there. So it might be kind of over. I mean, it's up 10%. Yeah, I mean, it appears to be outside the channel. I know what you're probably looking at the same thing, William. That's what's keeping me from just hopping in on it. But as well, you know, I mean, it's not a beautiful looking daily. It does have that resistance, fairly close. I'd rather not see that. Okay, SYPR. Now, SYPR had a high in the pre-market of about $1.81. It's approaching that. It's a very low float. It's an earnings. It is an earnings play. Pre-market released earnings. SYPR doesn't give you a lot of confidence. So these big topping tails. I mean, again, what happened? The buyers had it all the way up here. The seller said, "No way." 3 months in a row. And speak to it. That's been pretty erratic. I mean, it's an earnings play, of course, but it looks like it wants to, I mean, it's still positive. I mean, it's up 23%. What I call it, it's kind of resting right here. The jury is out which way it wants to go. You know, it's just kind of resting here, but it's been pretty erratic to start. Look at it on the 15-minute chart. You know, big topping tail there. Again, you know, the buyers had it all the way up here. Sellers took it down. They look like they're in control. There's another topping tail there. They look like they're in control. I'd be waiting for a break, you know, of 7. And if it breaks 7, it, you know, could easily just fail. The next low looking left is around 6. Yeah, XPEV is definitely challenging NIO. What's NIO doing right now in terms of the stock price? Yeah, well, no, NIO's way up here now. Remember, this was the trade of the week about a month ago. 22. 22 was the trigger. Yeah, so I'm not a big back tester, Cyber K. So you know all those indicators. You know, it's all trial and error. You know, yeah, I mean it's all trial and error. So there's nothing I can really help you with. I mean that's the whole idea of it. That's why you know I don't have the time nor the inclination anymore to do back testing because it is all trial and error when you start looking at all of the different filters that you can start playing with. So there's really nothing I can help you with. So, you know, there's nothing I can't say, well, you should be using this set or that. It really depends on the strategy too. Okay, I can help you there. Profit factor, win percentage, you know, somewhat obvious. If you have 10 trades and 6 of them are winners, that's a 60% win percentage, right? 6 over 10. Profit factor is taking all your winners, how much you would have made from all your winners, and divide that by how much you would have lost with all the losers. And so, you know, obviously if it's positive, so if it was say 2 profit factor, that means again, if you took all the profit from all the winners, divide that by all the loss from all the losers, you get 2, so that's a 2 profit factor. Well, you know you also have to take into account commissions and slippage. And that's what we do in the backtester. We also take into account, that's what I call, that's the real world. Because you have, well, even if you have free commissions, you probably will have some slippage. Slippage meaning that, you know, when the AI sees, or when you're trying to get into a trade, you may not be able to get in exactly at the price because it's moving. So, you know, it may show $10. Look at Acre, guys. This is pretty interesting. So it may show $10 on the alert, but by the time you could really get the trade, maybe it's 10.05 because it was moving fast. Also, so that's 5 cent slippage. Also, if you wanted, you know, if the system is automatically selling and trying to sell, say, a winner, so you get in at 10, but really you're in at 10.05 and then you're trying to sell at 11, it may sell at 10.95, 5 cents under, because again, the stock is moving. You know, rarely are you going to, you know, be able to get in right at the penny on the entry and on the exit. Yeah, there's really no help page on the backtester. I mean, that's why it is. It's just trial and error. I mean, it's something that most of our customers do not use. But for those of you who do like to, take a strategy and that you think might work and want to back test it and try to optimize it and all that, it's there for you. Well, that's because there's only one long strategy triggered. Okay, that only one long track. Can you? I know you've asked this before, but you should have this window. Strategy trades all. So there's only been 2 alerts. One of them is long. That's why only one is triggered. I wish I could short that E-dry. There's no shorts available. This looks like it just wants to keep moving down. Oh, it's 10:36 already. Okay, well, not as many questions today. So, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I share my screen live on the mic, and this is not free because of the test drive. It is free all the time. The Trade Ideas Trading Room is free all the time. And we are in the middle there. There's no more test drive sign up, so we're in the middle of this test drive. Not quite the middle. It'll end next Friday. Test drive allowed people to have access to our full premium service for $8.99, but again, there are no more sign-ups now. Red bar and green bar ignored, RBI and GBI. Okay, so theory being that you have a trend up, say for a red bar ignored, and then the next bar is red, totally engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the candle after that is green, signifying that maybe that red candle was just a pause in the upward trend. Now, if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I am sharing. How did I get rid of this? That's how? Okay. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. I'm going to sort of push this way of getting my scans. It's kind of easier for me. So if you click on my homepage, that I just posted into the room, you'll notice here I've got a link for my scans. You click here, and here are my scans. So you just click on the link, and when you click on the link, it should load in another browser tab. Just copy the link and then file load from cloud. Okay? So here are all the scans that I am sharing. You can also, from my homepage, you can also get the trade of the week. How is the trade of the week doing right now? Hog is the trade of the week. It's okay. I mean, it had it had a nice pop. Remember, the trigger was 32.95, so it did get as high as 36.59. It's pulling back somewhat, but that is the trade of the week. You can sign up for them all. It'll get sent to your inbox about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video. You can sign up for them here. Again, the aforementioned scans. And lots of training on the education link. So if you click on my education link, the 20 lessons in 20 days, really recommend that you take a look at these. These go over all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Creating one. Multi-strategy windows. Customizing charts. Okay. all of the basic features. And even if you're not a subscriber, you can take a look at that. So you can see what we have to offer, the basic features that we have to offer. More daily support sessions. So there is a YouTube feed concurrent to this this room. It's a YouTube trading room, we'll call it. And I monitor it between 9 and 12. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. Today is Thursday. I believe that will be Jamie. And so because I take a break between 12 and 12:30, so you can head over to the YouTube feed and listen to one of the other traders. There's the free trading room. Of course, you're already in it. Daily webinars. There were no webinars. Well, I don't know if we'll resume next week. We may not because we're still in the test drive. Lots of support going on. Hard to do webinars. So, but when we're back to a normal schedule, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, you can sign up for them all right here. And lots of educational videos here. And some ebooks here, trading books and documents. So a lot of information from my home page. Also, if you did want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, you click on this link to get Trade Ideas. There is a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. And this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. So we have a premium plan, annual, $22.68 a year, minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference between premium, there are other differences, but the main reason people want the premium is to have a look at our AI. Okay, there are other differences, but that's the main reason. Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, you can do that. So there's a standard, 118 less the 15%, or the premium, 228 less the 15%. Great way to try us out, for a month. And if you decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we will honor the 15% promo code. Okay, now I do want to talk about the AI and Brokerage Plus. So let me rearrange the trading room on my other monitor. Yeah, so it does, for standard, if you want a back test on standard, we give you 10 free tries, okay? Just to sort of whet your appetite, I suppose. But if you do want a back test, you need our premium service. So let me, if you want a back test, more than just 10 tries, of course, yes, you'll need our premium service. Just give me a moment, please. All right, so this is what the AI is all about. We have these 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized once the market closes. The AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. And these are the strategies that made the cut. Why did they make the cut out of the 50? They had the proper win percentage and profit factor combination. Okay? Now, I know this sounds like a broken record. I don't care which strategies make the cut. I don't care whether it's Holly Neo, 2.0, Grail. All I care about is what alerts am I going to get all day from them. So that's why I have my strategy trades all window open. And you can access it from the toolbar. Click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. The Trades window, not this one, but the Trades window. And then just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry, you'll have a stop, and then it's up to you to manage the trades. Yes, just give me a moment here. I was asked for a link for my layout. This is the layout I'm using this week. Okay, the only thing you won't see are these two, but You know, it's easy enough to create them yourselves. Okay, they don't repeat versions of this window. All right, so that is what the AI is all about. And again, you know, you have to manage the trades as you see fit. I mean, I use it as a watch list all day long. I like the stocks under $20. If I don't see it under 20, I'm not that interested. That's just me though, okay? That is just me. So Luis, the question was AI integration with IB. Okay, so the AI gets out of every trade at the end by the end of the day. Okay, so now you can choose to keep the trade if you want, but I mean, if you're running it in sort of auto fashion, um, then it will close the trade. AI gets out of every trade by the end of the day. Not possible to backtest the, no, it's not possible to backtest those, the RBI and GBI. All right, so this is Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. So please listen to me carefully, because there's a misconception about Brokerage Plus and Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas, first and foremost, is a scanner. You can set up all of your own scanning criteria. You know, we've got a lot of, if I click on configure, search, okay, all alerts. These are all of the alerts and filters that we have. We have alerts, which look like this, like little icons like that. And then we have, where are you? And then we have the filters, and the icons look like this, all right? So consequently, Trade Ideas a long time ago, when the company started in 2003, most people are not going to get into programming. So I mean, yes, if you had E-Trade or TradeStation, things like that, there's a programming language that you can use if you want to learn it to create. So what the company did was, instead of doing that, they said, you know what, we'll try to make it a lot simpler for people, and we will do it a la carte. So you can kind of pick and choose from the alerts and the filters. So in order to create very easily, without having to know any programming, you can create your own windows of situations, ideas that you might want to see. So that's, for instance, the basic new highs and lows. If I click on configure, you know, this is what I want to see. Doesn't mean that's what you want to see, but this is what I want to see. You know, so stocks where the price is between 1 and 20. Relative volume is at least 4, so it's trading at least 4 times normal. 400,000 shares. You know, if I click on the summary, well, I clicked on it. This is the English language telling me what it is. Now, if you took this, you could modify it. You know, if you wanted a different price range, you know, between, 5 and 50, whatever that might be. If you wanted to have the volume to be lower or higher, you can, of course, modify it. This is what I call a template. This is what I use, but of course, you're more than welcome to modify it. So that's what you can do with Trade Ideas. You can build your own scenarios very, very easily. So that's why I call it kind of a la carte. You pick and choose. So that is what Trade Ideas is first and foremost. All right, doesn't matter what broker you have, you can use Trade Ideas. Now we do have a way, using tools, external linking, that you can link with many brokerage platforms. Linking meaning this: when you click on an alert, it'll load into your order entry. It's a time saver. That's all it is. It is a time saver. And then from within your brokerage platform, you'll trade. All right? Now, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers, so that now you can actually use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your Interactive Brokers account, but it is not mandatory. All right, so I just want to make sure people understand that. You don't have to have an Interactive Brokers account. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus in order to use Trade Ideas. Now, if you do have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your account, I'm going to give you a video that you can take a look at. Okay, there now. Luis, if you look at this video, if you watch that video, it is going to show you exactly how you do that, but I will quickly show you. The question was, can I set auto trading at a set limit? In other words, risking no more than $150 a trade. So yes, if I go into edit long trading strategies, and right there, position sizing based on the stop loss. So it says right there 100, you can put 150. Okay, but I would encourage you to watch that video because it goes into a lot of the aspects of trading using IB and Brokerage Plus. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, yes, you can use it to trade your account. The other way to use this, though, is as a simulator. If you are new to trading, I would, you hear me say this all the time, and others will say this, do not commit money to the market. Okay, no, you can't. No, with a trailing stop, no. Okay, you're asking about paper trading with a trailing stop. Do not commit money to the market until you have practiced trading. That's why we have the simulator here. You don't have to, even if you have an IB account, do not use IB's paper trader. Why would you do that? This is very simple to do. Just click on the sim, and now you are, the box will pop up, and now you can paper trade right here. All right, so please practice trading before you commit money to the market. So there, all you have to do is you just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're buying it, then you obviously buy it. If you're shorting it, you sell it. Okay, so I was asked to do another analysis of home. Well, 3 cents might be, look at I saw that CELH. The entry was at 27.50, and I noticed immediately that it was almost at 27.70. You will never get a fill with a 3 cent offset. It's just what's going to happen with some. That was obviously, and if I look at the spread, what's the spread like? The spread is 15 cents. It's going to happen. 3 cents is not a huge offset. So if I look at home, I'm just asked to, look at home again. Don't know really what to say about it. It came off the bottom the last 2 days. It touched 1290, popped. Looks like, it's hard to know what it's going to do. Right now it had their earnings on the 29th, and that knocked it down. For all those reasons, they're still in place. So right now, to me, it's in limbo. Okay, it was a nice bounce yesterday off the bottoms. Where it touched that price, I think twice. It was a nice bounce off the bottoms. If it rests a little bit, it's still up a little bit. If it rests here a little bit, yeah, it can start to keep filling in this void. So let me take a trade. So there's VXRT. Or maybe take Atra. Atra's on the move here. Let's take Atra, okay? This is on the move here. It's clearing all this. I'll take a couple hundred shares. The spread is a little bad. 1702, 1711. So I want to go in one at the market. How about RVP? What's the spread like right now? Okay, so WC, when you have this window, then if you have then you can load another layout and you can just incorporate this. Just just have this layout and then save your layout. And then this will be, this is why I like to do it this way, because then this window will be part of your layout. If you have this window up and running and you have other scans, then all you have to do is File, Save, or Share to Cloud, entire layout, give it a name, and save it. You can also save it to your computer, save the layout, give it a name. When you exit Trade Ideas, I'm not going to do the same thing I did yesterday. You just say yes, and then tomorrow, when you load Trade Ideas, your last layout will come back, including this window. You can save this window as part of your layout. AYO, okay, let me see one. I'm going through this again. I don't know why this is happening. I've lost my linking again. When you say your channel, you mean you created a channel that looked up here, gave it a name, and saved it? I don't know how to help you. I mean, if you truly saved it, you had to save it first, and then you can add it up here. I don't know how to help you. Right now, I have to figure out why I'm not getting my linking. I know this happened yesterday. Just give me a moment, please, guys. I'm frustrated right now trying to get this linking to work. Well, linking in that it's not loading in my order entry in my IB account. I know this happened yesterday also. But WC, just when you have this window, just save your layout now. Save the layout. If you have a layout up and running, and you've added this, then save your layout. You're not saving the individual window. Just save your layout with this window included. Just give me a moment here, guys. I just have to. Sometimes it just, we lose the linking and it just takes a few times. There we go. I knew. Sometimes you just have to persist. Hey, I've got the linking back. Okay. So WC, build a layout. I use the same layout virtually every single day, for the last 10 years. I mean, there might be some minor modifications, okay? But I use the same layout over and over. I don't switch layouts during the day. So I have a layout that I like, And so, yeah, so build a layout that you like with the alert windows and the top list windows that you'd like to see every day. And, and then if you've loaded the strategy trades all window, then save your layout. File, save, or share to cloud. Give the layout a name, which will now include this. You can call it WC1, whatever WC's layout. Save it. Put the layout name right there. So now it's in the cloud. You can also save it to your computer. Save layout. Give it a name. Okay, and it's really that simple. When you exit Trade Ideas, file. I wonder if that's what's doing it when I exit. When I click on that exit, this will be interesting. Just say yes, and then tomorrow when you load Trade Ideas again, aha! I have just figured it out. This is what happened. I don't know if that happens with you guys, but just even doing this little clicking on exit, even though I haven't exited, that's what is causing my linking to stop. All right, so I'm gonna just give me a second. At least now I know. Just give me a second here, guys, as I attempt now to. Now I know what not to do during the day. So all I'm doing right now, I do apologize for this. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just clicking on. I'm just clicking on alerts, and eventually that it'll recognize what I'm trying to do, and it'll load into my Interactive Broker program. Because that's what happened last time. Maybe it's not going to happen today. Right now, I might have to reload my IB. Yeah, because when this happened yesterday, that's exactly what I did. I was just demonstrating how you can save your work, and that for whatever reason, even though I didn't go through with it, clicking on the yes and exiting, that was enough to stop the linking. There we go, linking back. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to get to a couple of the questions I'm seeing right here. Okay, so yeah, so WC, I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. So WC, this is what I do. I save each individual window to the cloud. All right, because I have a lot of scans that I have created over 10 years. So most of them are still in my cloud. And so I save virtually all of them to the cloud because I never know when I want to bring one back. But I have a layout. This is my layout that I use virtually every single day. And then I save that layout. I save the layout. I save it to my computer by save layout. I also save the layout to the cloud, save or share to cloud, giving it a name and saving it. Okay? That's how I was able to share my layout that I'm using with you guys because it's in the cloud and I can have a link. So I save individual windows to the cloud and I also save, of course, the layout to the cloud. Now, one of the reasons you should save, everything to the cloud, including your layout and individual windows, is that you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. You can only have, so I'm using my desktop right now, but I have a laptop, I have a tablet, so I can have trade ideas on as many devices as I want. I can only have the program loaded one device at a time. But let's just say I go to my my tablet. Well, I just have to. I can load the browser-based version, and then I can just file load from cloud, and I can load my layout right on my tablet or my laptop. All right, I can download the program to my laptop, and then I can just file load from cloud. So I don't have to recreate everything each device if I've saved everything into the cloud. The other reason is that if anything happens, say to your desktop, if that's the only device you've got it on, and anything happens to your desktop, well, you have to get a new one or reformat or whatever. All you have to do then is just reload trade ideas, or on a new computer, reload trade ideas, and then load everything back from the cloud. Okay, so Carlo, I'm going to answer you, and then I will answer you, Jimmy. Okay, I do see your questions. Okay, I will answer you. I'm going to answer Carlo first because he asked this question in the YouTube room first. So Carlo, can you hear me? I want to make sure you can hear me and you can see. No, but yeah, this can't be saved as an individual window, okay? This cannot be saved as an individual window, but don't worry about that. Just save it as part of your layout. Trust me, okay? When you load your layout tomorrow, if you've saved the layout and then I'm not going to go through that again because obviously I'm losing my linking, but when you exit and say save, you want to save your layout, just say save and then you exit. Then tomorrow when you reload trade ideas, this window will be there. Okay? Well, you can start with the default layout and then add this. I mean, I like to give my layouts a name. Instead of just using default layout. I call it something else, call it WC's layout. Okay, Carlo, so what is that? What exactly is being shown here? These are the alerts that have come from these strategies that were optimized for today. These are the strategies that made the cut for today. You'll notice, some of them have produced no alerts, because whatever the filters are in here, and then the actual trigger, the alert, no stocks have passed the filters, are meeting the criteria. So that's why you will not see just because a strategy makes the cut, because these are all done last night. Just because a strategy makes a cut, we don't know, number one, what alerts you're going to get from an individual strategy, and some strategy will produce nothing. So these are the alerts, what you're seeing here, these are the alerts that have come from these strategies that made the cut. Making the cut meaning went through the optimization procedure last night and had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Okay, does that make sense? So this is all I care about. I just care about the strategy, the alerts you get. I don't care about these strategies. It makes no difference to me personally. I don't care. I just care about what are the alerts I'm getting all day long. Okay, does that was that a good enough explanation for you, Carlo? Okay, so what I haven't done so far is I haven't what's showing in the Brokerage Plus window, which I was on my way to demonstrating before I lost my linking, is just to show you a couple things. I mean, if you want to use your Brokerage Plus window, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this Brokerage Plus window to actually trade your Interactive Brokers account. Otherwise, you click on the simulator, and then you can practice trading in this Brokerage Plus account. Okay? Okay, so this, I really would encourage you and anybody else, because I'm getting some, individual questions about Brokerage Plus and IB, etc. Really watch this video. I will show you, but I really encourage you to watch this video because it's going to go over all of this that you're talking about. So when you click on the AI, you can right click and you can see edit long trading strategies as an example. So here's how you can edit all of your long trading strategies to AI trade mode. You can pick between conservative, moderate. I think we're getting rid of this best of, but I would keep it on moderate. You can pick how many dollars you're willing to risk per trade, and that'll be based on the stop loss. The stop loss, of course, is calculated for you. There's your stop price. There's your entry. So you subtract the two. You don't do it, of course. You subtract the two, and you divide that into 100, and that's going to show you that'll automatically size. That'll take the number of shares based on how much you're willing to risk. But please watch that video because it covers all of it. So a tip, I would do it this way. Okay, I'm not sure why it's defaulting. I know what you're saying, but I would do it this way. I would, if you want to say risk the same amount, I in every trade, which I think is a good practice. I would edit the long trading strategy. It sounds like you did, but I would edit the long, and you can do the same thing with the short trading strategies. The same thing. Okay, have I caught up with all of the questions? Okay, so now I finally want to take a trade, okay, in here. I want to take a trade in the simulator. So again, you click on the alert, it shows up here, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to take it and I'm going to go in at market. I'm going to buy 200 at the market. So it took it at 24.15. Okay, and now I can put a stop in, always have a stop. Now, I mean, this is a wild one. I mean, I'm just really demonstrating how you can paper trade. It's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what broker you have. Okay, it's using our real-time data. I mean, William is shorting it. That's funny. But I just wanted to demonstrate. So now you put a stop in. I mean, it's a tough one because it's such a wide candle. I'm just demonstrating. But let me put a stop in just underneath 24. So add the stop order. Say put it around 20. I'll put it on 23.80. I mean, I could get stopped out immediately, but I'm just going to do it this way. So I've just added the stop order. Notice it appears right on the chart. So if it goes down to, if the stock goes down to 23.80, it'll take me out for a $69 loss. Okay, I can put a target. Let's put a target of 25. Again, I'm just showing you how you do this. So you'll see, it's hard to see it. Yeah, it's just not there. There's the line. You know, maybe there's the line. You can't see the actual price or how much you'd make because it's sort of outside. But at this point, I can take this and I can move this stop anywhere I want. Okay, so let's just say the trade really starts working well. Somebody asked about a trailing stop. This is how I would do it. You know, I would use this like a trailing stop. Put it in areas on the chart. So if the trade starts working well, you can start moving your stop up. Put it in an area of the chart that if it broke down through that area, that you'd probably want to be out of the trade. Same with the target. If it starts approaching that 25, I'm going to move it down a little bit here so you can maybe see the price. You still can't see it. Anyway, you could, if it starts approaching the target, you can move the target up. I mean, why would you get out of a trade that's working well? Now, you don't have to do it that way. This is just a visual way of doing it. If I wanted to get out of the trade right now, I would just flatten it. If I want to get out of half the trade, I just click on half. If I want to double my trade, I just click on double. These are hotkeys. If I want to pick a certain number of shares I want to get out at, well, maybe not half, maybe I want to sell 50 shares. I just type in 50 and sell if I want to sell at the market, or I can pick a price. Very easy to use. And you can also use this to practice swing trading. If you do not close your trade out at the end of the day, then this will carry forward for as many days as you want. So you can practice swing trading using this simulator trading. You start off with $100,000 in the account. Okay, practice money, and that's how much you have to work with. Well, it's here. If you don't see flat and half double, it's possible. Okay, this is a gear icon, so you have to click show order button, so that gear icon right there. If you don't see these, and this is the show order buttons, you have to check that. Well, if you have the Brokerage Plus window open, it should be obvious where it is. So it's not if you don't see it, then it's because this is not checked. That gear icon, it is, for whatever reason, it's unchecked. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait and see if we get stopped out here at 23.70. Okay, I want to show you how that works automatically. You may not do it, but I want to show you how that works. And it would close me out automatically. All right, I'm going to continue to watch this RFP, see if it, do you see the cross there? Let's see if it comes back. RVP, not RFP. All right, so this one is working pretty well. You know, it's spready, you know, 98.11, 27.98, 28.11, but this is working, you know, not too badly. CELH. And this is an all-time high. I mean, right there is an all-time high. So this is actually an earnings play also. So this will be active all day long. Only 28 million in the float, so it's a you know relatively low float. So far, this has turned out to be a, you know, a pretty decent one from the AI, 2.24. And if you didn't get it at 27.50, I wouldn't agonize about it. It will be, you know, I would think it's going to be active all day long. There could be other entries, you know, as long as it holds over 28. You know, it could pull back, could give you a, you know, an entry on a pullback. Let's see if this pops up again. You know what's having a nice comeback is Revolve. RVLV, nice comeback for Revolve. Still negative. It's an earnings play, but look at this nice move here for Revolve, RVLV. Yeah, I mean, Candy was... What is Candy doing right now? Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it got all beaten up because of earnings. I mean, it just got... And I did it do a financing too? I can't remember if it did a financing. This is one that we, you know, we talked about, I think right around, what week was it? Well, it was last week even. Because my premise or theory was this is another China EV play, the electric vehicle play. Obviously a lot cheaper than NIO, LI, and EPEV, or XPEV. A lot lower float. But, you know, as I always said, I mean, those other ones were IPOs with probably some big names behind them. Candy does not have a big name behind it. Did some reverse splits. But I thought, okay, if we're looking for a cheap China EV play that may get going, the news last week was that the EPA in the States said, you know, you're cleared to sell vehicles in the States. So I thought, okay, maybe this can, you know, start to catch up to the rest of them. Unfortunately, it had earnings and it got clobbered. So it doesn't mean it's completely over, but I'd be waiting for a 10 break. I know I'd be giving up a lot, but you know, I was looking for a big multiple run if it was going to. Ah, you see what happened? It took me out. It hit 24.63. I had dropped that. I had dropped that down. The FPRX. I had dropped the. Remember, I said it was going to be 25, but I actually moved that line down. We couldn't see it because you know it was out of the range on the chart. But you can just see that now this took me out for a profit of you know big $96. Okay, so you can kind of do that from our, now it'd be up to you to build the scan, but I can show you how you can kind of zero in on sectors. Now you may get some weird looking ones in the sector that you say, well, why is that in there? But I can't do anything about that. But let's just say I type in JWN, family clothing stores. So these are the other ones that are in that sector with JWN. Let's take a look at, so trip or, so travel, AAL. Let's take a look at the airlines. Okay, so here are a bunch of airlines in here. So what you can do now is you can take, and this is in the competitors. This is from the similar tab. Okay, that's where we get this from. And what I do then is I duplicate it, and that's why I see it here, because I always want to see the detail. So all I have to do is I click on similar, I right click, duplicate, and then I can duplicate that tab. So that's why this is here. Then I can do this. I can right click and I can pop it out. So now I have a top list window that is loaded with all of these stocks that are in that sector. So that's how you can do that. So you can sort on the various columns. So I mean, this obviously the sector is not. The sector is up just a little bit, but there's really not. Most of them are I mean, is modest. But that's how you can do it. So when you click on an alert, you'll be brought to the sector. So here are all the other stocks in that sector. VXRT as an example. Biological product, except diagnostic manufacturing. It's really drilled down into that sector. And you do the same thing. Then you can pop it out and just follow the stocks in that sector. Now this is a little nicer, I mean, there's CDTX up 25%. There's the VXRT. You can sort on this. See, why you pop it out is now you can add as many filters as you want. You might only want to see a certain price range. You might want to have a minimum volume, things like that. So you can kind of customize it once you've popped it out. So that was a good exit. When I moved that target down, that was a good exit. It got me out for a profit. Now, this is why I like to have the distance from the exit price column, along with the max P&L. This tells me that, man, I got out right at the absolute top that I could have when I was in the trade. The closed P&L was 96. The max I could have got was 96. This tells me that minus $1.15 from where I exited, it's $1.15 underneath where my exit. So obviously in this particular case, I did very, very well. Could not have got out at a better price, and it's way below where I got out. So, I like having these columns because this tells me how good are my exits. Even the home, I got out, it's 18 cents below where I got out, as an example. All right, guys, I'm going to have to change my headset, so just give me a moment, please. I am now back. Well, I mean, if it's blank, have you exited any trades? I mean, is it possible that it's at the same price? So it'll be it should be zeroed out. I mean, if it's not, then I don't know how to answer that. I mean, this should be running all day, showing you where you are in relation to where you got out. I really could not answer why that would be blank. Um, no, I see. I think I understand what you're talking about. So now, if I click on IMRR, no, it's not going to change in here. The whole idea of popping out is because you do want to see a specific sector. Okay, so by my clicking on ATRA, which is actually okay, it happens to be in the same sector just by fluke. But when I click on that, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want this to change because, well, I'm not sure you'd want this to change because typically what people do is they'll want to be following, the hot sector, maybe a couple of hot sectors a day. So you click on something down here, and this may not be like the hot sector, okay? You'll see it here though. I mean, it changes here. So when I click on the acre, it'll be up here. So, I mean, you are sort of linked, and then it's up to you. Well, do I want to follow this sector all day long? Then you pop it out. I mean, the pop out is really just to take a look at. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I could pop this out. So now I've got these two popped out. Okay, I could pop out as many as I want. Well, my way of thinking is that, you kind of pick a couple of hot sectors for the day. The shippers were hot, so maybe you'd want to pop that out. And then that might be about it. Like, I wouldn't overdo it anyway. So I want to take a trade here. I want to take this trade, because I want to see how this distance. Okay, so I'm going to take the INOT trade. What's the spread like? I'm just going to take it. I just, because what I want to do is I'm going to take. I'm going to buy. Okay, so it took the trade. And now I'm going to close it out. So right now the distance to the exit is blank, yes, but I'm going to flatten it now. I want to close out the trade. Now I want to see what happens here. So I mean right now, so what was blank? It was blank. You're 100%. You got out of the trade. You flattened the trade because you see what's happening. I mean now it's 3 cents above where I got out. When I'm in the trade, it'll be blank. When I exit the trade, that's when it'll start to show the distance. So you were 100% that you exited the trade. You were not in the trade anymore. It says position shares 0. Let's do it again. The BNTC is starting to get frisky. So I'll take a couple of 100 shares. The BNTC. There it is. So yes, it is blank. Blank, blank, blank. Now I'm going to close it out. I'm going to close. There's my position, 200. I'm going to flatten it. And it's going to exit the trade for me there. And now the distance from the exit is, well, it says 0 because I'm still at the same price I exited. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, if you've exited the trade and this is blank, I don't know what's going on. Meanwhile, yeah, the market is starting to drift down. Nas is still up a little bit, so tech is still up a little bit. Dow's down, and the SPY is down a little bit. Okay, one moment, please. IMMR is interesting, guys. I think this was on my watch list yesterday, and I took it off. But IMMR is really interesting. Over the whole number. Um, it is shortable, so I'm going to watch this also. But I mean, the longer it holds over this whole number, I mean, look left on that weekly chart. I mean, the next high looking left is 866, so that's far enough away from 805. Look at the monthly chart. The daily chart, yeah, there might be some resistance, probably some resistance right around here, around 840 or so, 844. Again, that's far enough away from 805 on a percentage basis. If it can base here, and then get a nice little pop on volume. Well, it certainly is a day for the China EVs, man. Well, look what INOD did. I mean, I took this as just a little practice, but to show you. So Kaiser, is that still blanked out for you, even though you are 100% sure that you've exited the trade, and it says zero in position? Guys, BNTC is on the move. And I have taken some, guys. I mean, this might be unbelievable. It might be a bit of a swing for me. That was the key right there, getting through that. So let's just see if it can continue. I was able to get some around just around 329 for BNTX. We just got to hold here. I mean, this is. I mean, look at the volume that came in too. Now, this is not a recommendation for you to take this trade, but I mean, talked about it a little bit before that was the area, for it to get through. It looked like there was a lot of accumulation this week, and yeah, who knows? Maybe it'll continue. Well, this could get really interesting, guys. I mean, look at the room it's got. There's the 200-day way up here. Look at the room it's got. So, hey, we'll have to see. Now, again, I'm not telling you guys to buy it. Another one that's on the move still is IMMR. Remember, I was just talking about that one. IMMR breaking over 8. Little one, another little one, 24 million in the float. What's the float on this one again? Oops. Yeah, 3 million. So, I mean, anything can happen, guys. So just be awfully careful if you're in this one. 3.6 million in the float. So, all right. So today is Thursday. I do believe it is Jamie in the YouTube feed today, starting at noon. I will put that link in the room. So you can head over there if you want at noon when I take a break in this room. So again, as I understand it, with XPEV, this is a cheap. This is more like Anayo is kind of the luxury version of the EV. We'll call it, sort of the Tesla version. Whereas I think XPEV, and I also believe I may be wrong. I think the Li are more they're cheaper, more economical. I hate using the word cheaper, more economical cars. So I think that is why one of the reasons why they're having, probably have bigger market share potential. Wow, IMMR on the move here, guys, on the move. So these are your alpha stocks. You hear us use that term from time to time. An alpha stock. An alpha stock doesn't care that the market's doing this. Alpha stock is kind of trading on its own. I mean, look at the room it's got. I mean, this Vic takes out somehow. It can take out 820, 830. But that is this is good definition of an alpha stock. I mean, look what the market's doing. Market is doing this. This is doing this, and these are 15-minute candles. So that's what Trade Ideas really, really can zero in on, those alpha plays. Yeah, so this is an earnings play. Yeah, I didn't realize that. So XPEV is an earnings play. You just have to look it up. I mean, it'll be somewhere. Um, Mrs. I mean, they lost 32 cents. The estimate was 18 cents. Who cares? So obviously, that's the actual earnings, all right? However, maybe they've guided. They're predicting in the next quarter some great things. I don't know. That's why you can drive yourself nuts by when you look at earnings and you think, well, this is what the stock should do, and it doesn't do it, and you start to go crazy. Well, why? The only thing that matters is investors, I hate calling it, but how it's trading. That's the only thing that matters. Well, you can create. I mean, we do have a block trade config. If you right click, you're ever wondering if we have something? People say, well, what do you have? Do you have MACD? Do you have RSI? Do you have this or that? So all you have to do is right click on an alert window, configure, and then search. So I'll use MACD as an example. Okay, that's what we have for MACD. Here's what we have for RSI. This is what we have for Ichimoku. Oh, guess what? We don't have Ichimoku. Okay, so I mean, but this is what we have for block trades. Okay, block trade. So you can create a strategy based on block trades if you want. I think it has to be a minimum of 25,000, but you can put it in here. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no strategy. I don't have a strategy based. I think I may be wrong, but I thought the minimum, I thought the minimum had to be 25,000. Just let me see here. And if you're ever wondering, well, what is it? You just click on help. Okay, it is 20,000. So when I click on the help, it says with at least 20,000 shares. Okay. So if you're ever wondering about the definitions of some of the things we've got, all you have to do is, load it, RSI, click on one of them, and then click on help, and it'll tell you. Yeah, I have no strategy based on block trades. All right, guys, give me a moment here. In fact, 11:49, so I'm going to make sure I do stop my streaming today. Yesterday I forgot, and Michael was in limbo for about 13 minutes, so I have to make sure that I do stop the YouTube feed so that Jamie can take over. Okay, guys, give me a moment here, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am now back. How is Solo doing? Hey, you know what else is making a nice little move here is GRWG, another earnings play, probably the strongest cannabis play out there. You know, it had not really had any sort of a pullback. I mean, yesterday, yes, but I mean, look at it's an earnings play. Um, you know, I'd be watching this one for sure. I mean, this is all-time high up here as a cannabis play. All right, guys. I took my BNTC out a little bit of profit. I'm going to wait to see if it can get back into the 340s. It may not be quite ready today, so I'm just going to err on the cautious side right now. So a little bit of profit. I do like it. I really, really do like the idea of the volume that's come in, and maybe, just maybe, it's going to really pop. Well, it should be in the orders, right? So in the queue, if you're talking about conditional orders, so in the orders tab, if you have, you're talking about like a conditional order, but these are the ones right here that have been filled and okay, good. Yeah, that was the vault. It had a very short lifespan. Just doesn't get optimized anymore. Or I don't even know if I don't even know if it's part of the 50 anymore. It's possible that what happened is that you know, they kept trying to optimize it and it just never was. Maybe they got rid of it. Might have been just one of those anomalies for a month. Let's see if I even have it anymore. I'll just check. I may have saved a variation of it. See if I did. VAU, there we go, Vault Strategies. I remember, yeah, this was a resistance. This was all about breaking resistance. Did I recall? No, there were a ton of, that's right, there were a ton of filters. It's possible that, you know, it just doesn't it just doesn't optimize anymore. But Vicky, for you, I will give it to you and you can play around with it. I did not know. I definitely did not make that myself. I would never have put all those filters in. So that must have been one of the original, that must have been the original. Okay, with all these filters in place. And yeah, so I don't think I don't think I changed it. The only thing I may have changed is the price range, maybe. That's all. But everything else I did not change. Though I doubt I've even changed the price range because I normally wouldn't look at a $60 stock. Who knows? Maybe it'll work. Start working again. But those are a lot of filters to be met. Okay, so Carlo, let me quickly answer your question before I go on break. Well, yeah, they would get updated regularly, yes, because it would have to fit like the daily. You're talking about this. I think you're talking about this, right? Yeah, so they'll get updated every day. No, because they okay. Jamie, I will stop the stream today. I forgot yesterday, so I'm going to stop it right now so I don't forget this, right? Yeah, so they'll get updated every day. No, because they okay. Jamie, I will stop the stream today. I forgot yesterday, so I'm going to stop it right now so I don't forget this, right? Yeah, so they'll get updated every day. No, because okay. Jamie, I will okay.
Okay, hello. Testing 1, 2. Everyone should be able to have eyes on my desktop now. And if someone could use the chat panel just to let me know that audio is coming through loud and clear, it'd be much appreciated. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Anybody out there? Just use the chat panel to let me know that you can hear me. Thank you, David. Thank you, Tricos. All right, Emmanuel. Okay, loud and clear. Okay, everybody, welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we reserve for the live support session. Give Barry a little break here. So especially since we're in the middle of test drive, this is a great place to get any questions answered about TI in general, any of the components, Brokerage Plus, the AI, alert windows, top list windows. Anything is fair game. So welcome test drivers as well as any of the regulars that might be out there as well. Questions panel, use it, and it is open currently. So while I'm waiting for a few questions to roll in here, what's been going on in the markets today? Just a little ebb and flow here on the SPY. Here we are looking at the intraday 5-minute. Of course, the big red candle was the gap up on the vaccine the other day, and then we've just kind of edged on back down. It's looking like this little area of prior resistance now may act as an area of potential support. Market kind of taking a nap the past couple of days, but still plenty of opportunities out there in the trading world. And some things that have been on my radar, if we check out this window right here, turbo up, family no resistance, what do we see coming through here today? XPEV. Okay, manufacturing, but specifically, what niche are they in? Gee, automobile manufacturing. What type of automobile? Electric. So not only have we had XPEV coming through, breaking out to all-time highs as we can see over here on the daily, but we got the same pattern repeating itself here on the intraday, early in the day, as we break out of that opening range there and just staircase on up. Notice the green line here, that is the 10-period fast line. I've found that not only is it a very good thing to watch for stocks in play on the 15-minute, but typically when a stock is in motion, the 5-minute works just as well. Good, David. Hopefully you'll become a subscriber moving forward. And Fred, I see your questions there. I'll pull those symbols up in just 1 second. All right, WC, come on back and see us. So not only did we have XPEV hitting all-time highs, but if I scroll down just a little bit further, you're going to see eventually LI coming through as well. Pretty much the same type of action as we saw in XPEV, busting on out to all-time highs there. We got the same pattern repeating itself on the intraday as well. 10 period seems to be in control. Got a little bleedy up here, which reminds me I probably need to get my pen up here. So give me 1 sec. All right, Tim, see your question coming through here as well. Let me just kind of backtrack here. There's my pen. And I'm going to pull up SMMT, take a peek at that one. All right, Summit Therapeutics. You know, it seems like every other stock, or 2 out of 3 that you pull up in this market of late, is going to be tied to the pharmaceutical industry in some form or fashion. I think everybody knows the reason for that, but Summit Therapeutics, here we go. Here we're looking on the daily right here. And if I just had to kind of take a stab here, Summit getting some nice traction early in the day, breaking out once again. Really nice little breakout here from the 380 level, getting on up to 4 and change. But if we focus on the daily over here, where might we bump our heads? And as you can see, I've drawn the line from this little area back here in May. And then, of course, if we get a little frisky, we could take it on up to there. So basically, I'd look for SMMT, if the momentum continues, to run into a little bit of supply up here potentially. And then if we get some closes above that level, that would definitely be a good case for the bulls moving forward. If we kind of zoom out here and take a look at the weekly, probably going to see the same thing here, but looking at weekly candles here, you can see the 2 lines I've drawn here matching up with the weekly top outs as well, with the big wick up here. All right, what was the other one there? Surf. Okay, this one just kind of nestling up here. A couple things I do like about this one is the 10 period is the green line over here on the daily as well. The darker red line is the 20. So we get a nice little convergence of the 10 and 20 here. And clearly this area right here seems to be acting as, well, we're in a little tranche here. Just pull this line up here, mark off the candle bodies up here. We're just kind of hemming and hawing sideways here, consolidating by price. So I'd look for surf to kind of pivot in between these areas here, and not too long or not too far away from ATH. Let's just confirm that on the weekly as well. And then we're seeing pretty much the same lines in play here. If we did get above this level with some strong closes, well, then the next level of potential support that I'd take a stab at would be probably somewhere around this area here. All right. Tim is asking, do you have any short strategies I can download? Well, you know, when it comes to short strategies per se, um, all the windows that I have up here on my desktop, for example, I watch this window right here for potential long plays, and I watch this window here for potential short plays. Okay. Now, the alerts and the filter complement are relatively simple here. It really all just depends on the type of play that you're looking for, whether it be short or long. Um, I don't have anything just to kick out to you that's going to work all the time or even most of the time. As our good buddy Steve Gomez likes to say, trading is it's a very subjective practice, right? And it really kind of all just depends on the pattern that you're hunting. All right. Is it fading something that's ripping up for a short play? Is it going with short side momentum? Okay. So a very simple example of that. Let's just pull up a good example this morning. I saw this little stock early on in the day coming through this window here. All right. Which once again is only looking at stocks hitting lows, but we have to have some volume behind it. And the way volume is manifesting in this scan is through relative volume. So I'm just saying, show me stocks hitting lows, doing at least 4 times relative volume, and then I size up the pattern, right? So when I saw EDRI, number one, I was curious about, well, what does this company even do? Because we had a significant gap up. What did we close at yesterday? 449, and then we opened at 1040. All right, closed at 449, opened at 1040. I'm like, I'm not familiar with this stock. What do they do? And then I see that they are an ocean-going transport. Okay, I was thinking to myself, okay, dry ships, all these little shipping stocks. Every once in a while, they come to life. They have their day in the sun with these massive moves. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, that's a pretty juicy gap up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to watch it either for another break to the upside or break to the downside as it meandered along in this opening 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about the opening 35 minutes. And then lo and behold, what did it do? It broke this range right here, and it's been cycling down ever since. So not a bad move from 873 down to the $7 range. Who knows? The selling might be done. It might not be done yet. But in any case, that was just a nice solid little short sell there. And, lots and lots of different stocks coming through here. It's all about the timing. Where are we seeing these things? Do they fit the pattern that we're looking for? And if so, is the risk in place? So forth and so on. Now, having said that, for strategies to explore, okay, whether they be short or long strategies, if I cruise over here to the channel bar and I click on the Trader's Vault, you're going to see a ton of alert windows and top list windows here, along with some compare count windows here. This is a collection of favorite windows between myself, Andy, Steve, and Sean. And if you want to explore one of these windows, just expand it, check it out for a while. If you find that you like one of these windows, it's real easy just to right click in here and save that window to your cloud so that you can go back to your default layout, spawn it from your cloud, find a home for it. So this is a great place to explore new strategies. Of course, every channel, that's what the channels are designed for, to give you somewhere to go, try out different windows, see if you like them, do they fit your style, so forth and so on. And then, the added kicker here is if it is an alert window, you can back test it, okay, by right clicking and selecting back test. So if you're a test driver, you do have access to the back tester, the AI, basically the whole schmear that Trade Ideas offers. All right, can you talk about the difference between Holy Grail, Neo, and 2.0? No problem there. Let me just pivot back to my default layout here. Okay, a little short history lesson on how the evolution of the AI. And just to point out what you're seeing right here in this window, this is all of the trades that the AIs produced today. So no matter what segment is producing the trade, you'll see the segment listed right here. NEO, Holy Grail 2.0. And then this window down here is the AI strategies window, which is going to show you all the strategies that the AI showed up with for today's session. Now over here we can see how each module is performing. Holly AI over here at the top. We got Holly 2.0 here, and we have NEO over here. Now these numbers on the left are simply the trade count. So Holly 1.0 spit out 1. Of course we can verify that here. 2.0 is also only issued one trade today, or one signal, and NEO has spit out 3 and is clearly dominating as far as P&L goes today. Now, quick note, the numbers that you're seeing over here, negative $63, negative 135, and positive, well, we'll just round it up to 300 there. These numbers here are based on taking 100 shares per trade. However, all the values that you're seeing in my positions plotter here are based on risking $100 per trade. And before I go on to explain the differences in the different modules here, I just want to point out one feature here. Right here, I've told the system to risk $100 per trade based on the predefined stop loss that the AI has shown us. And then you'll notice that it will automatically size me accordingly for the amount of shares based on stock price and the risk parameter of the stop loss. All right. So to set those things up, we go to Tools from the TI toolbar. We go to Options, and then we come over here to AI Trade Size, and you can see the setting that I have in place here. Risk $100 on each trade. Of course, if I wanted to mimic what we had going on in the toolbar over here, I could just tell it, hey, let's do 100 shares per trade, or you can do a certain dollar amount per trade as well. So just wanted to point that out. I'm risking $100 per trade. That's the data that we're seeing here. So now, what about the differences? How do these AI modules differ from one another? Well, back in the very beginning of 2016, Holly AI, or Holly 1.0, was the very first AI module. And it uses all of the alerts and all of the filters that anybody that subscribes to Trade Ideas has access to. In other words, let me get my pointer back here. If I go into Configure within this alert window, and I'm looking at all the alerts and filters that come resident in the system, Holly's using all of these alerts and filters. In other words, Holly 1.0 does not make use of custom filters, which we have the ability to create within Trade Ideas in the custom formula editor. All right, so Holly 1.0, the very first AI to make the scene in 2016, and uses all of the off-the-shelf alerts and filters in the design of its strategies. Now enter 2.0. All right, we beefed up 2.0 a little bit, and we gave it the ability to make use of the custom formulas that we create and use those in the backtesting and optimization process. All right, so that's the biggest difference between 1.0 and 2.0. Now, Holly Neo can also make use of custom formulas, and it is also the more aggressive of the trio. Typically, when it has winning days, it's going to have significant winning days. Case in point, today. And of course, when it has losing days, those losing days are typically going to be a little bit more steep than 1.0 or 2.0. So that's basically the main differences between all the three AI modules. Now, added information here, all of the AI's signals are geared towards intraday trading. So in the pipeline, we've been working on a swing version of Holly AI. Will we replace one of the modules, or will we simply add a fourth module for the swing trading crowd? Haven't really decided that yet, but hopefully the swing trading module will be making an appearance sooner than later. But we'll just have to wait and see, because when you ask developers, when's it going to be ready? Well, the canned answer is it'll be ready when it's ready, right? But we are working on a swing trade AI module. All right, let me catch up on questions here. All right, that was Carlo's question. Iris, help with an alert window for stocks that had strong pullback and in 15 minutes have a hammer on very high volume and start marching up. Strong pullback in the 15-minute period is what I'm deriving from this, Iris. Have a hammer on a very high volume and start marching up. Well, first and foremost, I would say we have to address the volume question first. And how do we define a high volume? Are we talking about high volume in a relative sense, or only high volume in the 15 minutes where the pullback occurred? All right. So if I was going to start sketching something like this out, I'd probably start with a top list and throw some of those metrics in play there. So what we can do here is just start this one from scratch. I'm just going to insert some generic basic filtering here. Tell you what, let's not even go up to 100. Let's just cap it at 50. We could say, okay, to start the party, relative volume has to be above 1 or not. We could simply, let's get some generic volume in here too to avoid the super thin stuff. And then we could start adding columns for the things that we wanted to see, like number 1, be nice to know what relative volume is. So we got symbol, we got price, we got relative volume. And then, since you're targeting the 15-minute period, that change in the 15-minute on a percentage basis or dollar amount, I'm just going to pick percentage here. And then, depending on if you wanted the volume occurring on a relative or the 15-minute period, or maybe both, might be a good idea to include volume in the 15-minute period as well. And we're just showing the columns so that we can see the metrics. Okay. Now, the hammer part of this is something that you're going to have to identify on your own, I think, because, well, I tell you what, now that I said that, I want to say I had an intraday hammer scan in here, but let's take a peek. Okay, 15-minute hammer. Let me take a peek in here. Okay, well, my bad. I was thinking I was thinking daily hammer, but we do have the 15-minute hammer there. Well, let's just take a peek here at what I already had set up. Okay, that's using consecutive candles. All right, so we're just going to continue with this process. So depending on the change that you want to see, if I sort by change, here we have the things making the biggest change to the upside, but we're looking for downside, right? Yep, strong pullback on the downside, so I resorted FPRX, taking its pullback here. But let's take this filter set. Well, we're not maintaining any min-maxes here, okay? So we're just looking for the appropriate information here. So let me see if you've said anything else about it, Iris. Okay. Relative, can you share it with me when ready? Yeah, okay. So this is just kind of for general scanning, you know, and if we were looking for things making a significant move on the downside, well, these guys just pop out like a sore thumb, and we could just manually watch for that retrace, okay? Or if we wanted to build that into the equation and use it in alert form here, instead of 3 15-minute candles, well, I'll tell you what, before I go butchering this one up, I'm going to duplicate it, and we're just going to get rid of the change or the 15-minute, 3 consecutive 15-minute down candles. Let me come in here and kind of modify this again, and then we're going to say change in the 15-minute period. So now, Iris, you have to give me, what's your magic number? How much do you want to see these down in a 15-minute period? One percent, 2%, and it doesn't have to be exact. Just give me something to start with here, and then we'll take a peek. Okay, well, I tell you what, let's start with 1%. So in order to dictate, okay, so yeah, pullback could be 1%, 2%. We'll just plug in, let's just plug in 1.5%. Now we have to throw a negative sign over here in the max field. And for those of you who are new out there, it can get a little confusing. Minimum, maximum, I got to put a negative 1.5 over here. That can get a little confusing. So when you're new, if you're ever unsure that you're putting the proper setting in here, just click this little guy right here. Negative 1.5 over here. I clicked on the show me icon. I'll do that one more time. I'm in the in words tab. Show me stocks where the price was down at least 1.5% in the last 15 minutes. So it can be down 1.5% or greater in that 15-minute period. Okay, and as we can see, nothing is just snapping in, so that makes me wonder, did anything even come through here today with these settings? Waiting for the history to load up. All right, that's telling me maybe that function is a little too tight. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to show change in the 15-minute period as a column. And then I'll try to scat out some values. Okay, so now I removed that mandate there. All right. But as things come through here, obviously the hammer alert was met in Neo. But what about anything else coming through here today? So let's just make sure we're on the right day. And we can see here, I've had some things coming through here. Check it out though. In the second 15-minute period, we did have a hammer candle, but the stock was only down 0.1%, but that didn't keep it from going up. Now did it? All right. Let's try to find one with a little bit bigger of a down move at the time. Okay, KW was only down 0.5%. So what is this data telling me? It's just telling me that today there weren't a whole lot of stocks with these filter requirements, which are relatively simple and basic, not weeding out a whole lot of stuff, taking big moves down on the, in the opening 15 minutes. But we can see the hammer candle in play and the upward move ensues. This is one that failed. But here's the thing. We're not seeing stocks having huge down moves, okay? So when I put that in play earlier and said just a 15-minute move of at least 1.5%, we're not getting a whole lot, all right? So especially with this type of pattern, hammer on the intraday, the 15-minute period, I would say don't focus too much on the down move or have two versions of this, because with relatively hardly any filtering taking place here, I mean, that's about as basic as you can get, right? And adding the change in the 15-minute period is going to basically make this window dry up. Then what you might want to do in this case, and I'll drop this one in the window or for the cloud link, is have this version, but then you could just easily duplicate it, okay? Then have another version where you do have that requirement in there of a negative 1.5, 2% version in there, because it's not going to fire very much. But you might have days where it fires a lot, depending on the day. So that way you won't be sitting here all day just waiting and waiting and waiting. Nothing ever shows up. So in cases like this, if that alert's not firing very much, as we just saw, then it's better to have two different versions, right? One for a day such as today, where we're not getting a lot of big down moves in that 15-minute period, but we're still getting some nice hammer patterns on the intraday 15-minute. And then one for when things get a little hairier and we are getting a lot of down moves in the market. I mean, we're just kind of ebbing and flowing, chopping around here, hitting highs, going back down to lows. And I would expect the rest of the day we're probably going to experience that type of action as we kind of settle in up here. So I will go ahead. Let me just make sure I didn't include that. All right, relatively simple. Going to drop this one into the chat for you, Iris. All right, feel free to experiment with that as well. All right, let me scroll back up here. Hello, Siggy. Workhorse, where's it going? Well, don't know for sure, but we can try to see. All right, here we have the daily. Bounced off this area that acted as support. Of course, we never know if it's going to at that time, but in this case, it did. Cycling back up here. We've got past this little point right here. Let me just drag one of these lines up. So we got above this little area going back here. If we get a nice close, if Workhorse stays above this line here, then one of two things is going to happen over the next couple of days, or tomorrow's already Friday. We're either going to consolidate by price, chop along sideways here, or we might go test these little areas from back here. Other scenarios that we close down here, and this little area here continues to be the home. Back here, that little wick right there, you can see. All right, first try didn't work. I'm going to expand this out a little bit. All right, took its first try here. Nope, rejected. But then we got this nice wicking candle here, still behaving with the 10 period in play. Nice little green candle yesterday, and then boom, second pop through this area here. So once again, may go test this area, may consolidate sideways, assuming we get a decent close above this area here, or above the high from, looks like the 9th, just a few days ago. How's the volume in Workhorse today? A little bit below normal on the relative scale, 0.84 there. Okay. Reading your question there, Jimenez. I noticed conservative Holly Neo picked CELH, but okay, so the AI traded it, as we can see right here, but it did not appear in Brokerage Plus on Holly. Why is that? Very good question. Let me get my Brokerage Plus over here. Okay. So as you can see, I haven't done anything in my Brokerage Plus. Okay. Usually, I will come in the morning and I'll connect, right? Boom. Get the green bar up here, connecting to our demo mode. Go to my Holly AI. And if you want the Holly trades, if you want to paper trade Holly trades in automatic fashion, what you need to do first, obviously I would recommend doing this before the market opens, even though Holly typically doesn't fire off its first signal until at least the first opening 5 minutes have passed. As you can see, CELH triggered 6 minutes and 56 seconds into the open. I'm on Central Standard Time, so we're just an hour behind Eastern Time. So we open at 8. Oops, I stand corrected. Okay, this was an hour and 6 minutes into the open. 8:30 open time here. Got Eastern confused with Central there for a minute. But as you can see here, the first trade out of the hopper this morning was about 17 minutes into the open, and it was Myrna. Now, we'll go back to CELH. Now, the reason I'm not showing any Holly positions here is I wasn't connected, and I had not activated my Holly AI strategies. So once again, once you connect before the open, connection is the first step, but you then have to activate all your Holly strategies simply by highlighting them all, right-clicking, and then saying enable. Okay. Once these strategies are active, and we're connected, then anytime Holly spits out a signal, you're going to see the order go out in Brokerage Plus, and if the stock hasn't moved too quickly, your price is honored, or your limit obviously gets it, it's going to show up here. If you're running market orders, obviously you'll get every fill. But in order for the Holly AI positions to show up in Brokerage Plus, you need to be connected, and then you have to have your Holly AI strategies active. Now, since we're on the topic here, we also always need to come in here and set up our long and short trading instructions just by right-clicking, and you can hit Edit Long Trading Instructions. Then you pick your trade mode. Do you want to operate in moderate or conservative mode? Or you'll notice we also have a best of. So it will pick conservative or moderate for you based on which module produces the trade and what mode it is currently in, right? So if I pick the best of the two and Neo spit out a signal and it was in moderate mode, it would select moderate mode for that trade. If 2.0 spit out another trade right now, it would select conservative mode. It's going to go by whichever mode the AI is currently in based on the channel bar. We get a lot of questions here asking us, since we do have not only conservative mode here, we also have moderate, but we also have aggressive. And we get the question a lot, why is there no option to select aggressive mode here? Well, first and foremost, aggressive mode is simply opening the position and then holding it until 5 minutes before the close with no stop loss or no profit target. Okay, so obviously we didn't want to just make that an option, because if somebody didn't really have a grasp on that risk mode, and they say they stepped away and were automating in real time, they might come back to a not so pleasant surprise if those positions moved against them in a ferocious manner. So the workaround is, if you do want to operate in aggressive mode, whether it be strategies that you devise and are automating or the AI automation, moderate mode, this is a good time to discuss the differences in the risk modes. Okay, so number one, come on fingers, you can do it. What is conservative mode? What dictates conservative mode? Well, there are 5 reasons why the AI could exit a trade in conservative mode. Number 1, stop loss gets hit. Number 2, profit target gets hit, or the timed hold expires. Pardon me 1 minute, guys. My live chat beacon keeps going off and it's blasting my ears out here. So I got to take a quick second here to mute that. Okay. Yeah, I almost jumped out of my skin there for a second. Okay, so let me recap there. Conservative mode, profit target, stop loss, or timed hold expires. Those are 3 reasons, the 3 primary reasons why the AI will exit in conservative mode. But we have 2 more reasons in conservative mode: a profit save exit, and one that is not currently present today, but a reduce risk. Okay, so for example, if I go back and look at yesterday's AI trades, not only do we have some reduced risks, but we got some stop hits here, didn't have any profit targets, but we definitely have reduced risk and profit save. So I'll just pop back into real time here. Profit save. Let's take a look at the CELH here. So here we have the AI calling a pretty decent buy signal here at 27.50. All right, and we get a nice little march up here. Now note the shaded area right here. Okay, this is the time spent in conservative mode. All right, why did the AI exit? Profit save. When we got up here, for one reason or another, and profit save is basically kind of a modified trailing stop. So the AI called it right here. Got out about right there. Not a bad profit, but the thing kept going up. Okay. So a lot of the times when we see Holly exiting on a profit save, if the thing looks good on the chart and the momentum is strong, which everything appeared in those capacities in this chart, we can ignore the conservative exit reason and hope to extract a little bit more alpha out of that trade by, in essence, assuming more risks. So this is a good example here of a decent spread between conservative and moderate. If we saw the AI exiting here and we're thinking to ourselves, man, this thing looks strong because it's done nothing but what was intended since it started. And then we might also notice that while we're in the trade, if I just draw a line here, marching up nicely, well, this is what I like to refer to as an auxiliary pattern playing out on top of an AI signal that came way back here. Because we get statistical probability with each and every AI signal. CELH, pullback long strategy. So let's look. Pullback long, where are you? Okay. Actually, this was the runt of the bunch today when we're talking about win percentages based on the back test and optimization. Everything else is in the 60s, high 50s. Pullback long, only 40% chances of working, but at least we know the odds, right? So statistical probability on our side here, 6 out of 10 are going to lose, 4 out of 10 should win, but not the strongest, but typically much higher in the other strategies. But then I might notice, well, we're getting the Holly signal here, but later on in the day, if this thing edges up and breaks this potential high there, that might be a good time to add to the position as this breach is occurring here. And of course, I would also want to confirm with volume, which is very strong, and CELH still rocking almost a 6 on relative volume. So a lot of the times, the AI presents good opportunity, trade is working, and then also we can identify times to add to a position. So got a little off topic there, but 5 reasons why the AI will exit in conservative mode: profit target, stop loss, timed hold, or the 2 audibles that it can call, profit save and reduce risk. Now when we're talking about moderate profit, the only thing that comes with the signal is a stop loss. Okay, if the stop doesn't get hit, it's going to hold that position until 5 minutes before the close. And then of course, as I was discussing earlier, aggressive is just simply letting the position do its thing with no stop loss, no profit target, no timed hold, with the goal of getting out 5 minutes before the close. So you might be asking yourself, well, what does this have to do with what we were talking about earlier in the case where aggressive profit is not an option here? So the bottom line is this: you can operate in aggressive mode. All you would need to do is start out in moderate mode. When the signal comes in and the position gets filled, whether it be in real time or paper mode, you would just simply go through and cancel the stop loss. Then you're in aggressive mode. Then it's up to you to manage and watch the positions. All right, so let me cycle through the questions here again. All right, Godson, I see your question about you want to build scans for swing trades where you can trade reversal patterns. Any tips, please? Well, that depends on, well, if you're talking about swing trading, I would think maybe you're looking at daily, maybe even weekly candles, right? So I guess that depends on your definition of reversal. What is the stock doing? Is it in a range? If it is in a range, what range are we going to pay attention to? Is it going to be the 5-day, 10-day, 20-day? Maybe it's a stock hitting all-time lows and putting in a nice wick candle. But if it's at all-time lows, we're not going to have anything to look back to the left at to try and figure out what might be good resistance levels, or excuse me, support levels. So if you can feed me just a little bit more information there, Godson, on the type of pattern and some other characteristics. We could try to put something like that together. Siggy's asking, how do I save the layout for my channels? Okay, so channels. We can just call channels layouts and layouts channels. That's really what they are. Synonymous. Okay, a channel is a layout is a channel. But over here on the channel bar, you can create a few custom channels so that you can easily click here and swap layouts. So let's say, and I tell you what I'm going to do. My current layout, I'm going to load it back up here from my hard drive, which is the way that the regular load and save work. This saves to your local hard drive. Obviously, the cloud saves to our servers. But if I don't want to go file, load layout each and every time, the old school way, I just want to click up here and have my layout spring to life. Now, I've made some changes in this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you in real time here. If I want to transport this layout and replace my Bruce Lee guy with my fresh layout, the way I want it to come up each and every time, first and foremost, I would need to save this layout to the cloud. So first and foremost, we'll do this. Save layout. Oops, wrong one. Save or share to cloud. If we're going to do the whole layout, we have to click the entire layout button. Then it checks off all my windows. Clear previous layout. Of course, that's what I like. Get rid of all the windows that were there previously. All right, so we'll just call this current Jamie. I'm going to save it and share it so I can grab that cloud link. Okay. I'm going to copy this cloud link. And then to modify my channel up here, I would click in the little gear icon. Once I do that, I would select Edit Channels. So we're going to replace this. I click on my Bruce Lee icon. I say Edit Channel. And then I just replace this cloud link with my updated one. Control V. And then if we want to rename it or keep the same name, we would do it in this field. But boom, once I do that and hit apply, then no longer do I have to come here, load layout. You know, I can easily click on a channel here. And if I want to easily navigate back to my default layout, we just give it a click and boom, there it is. So Siggy, I think that was the process that you were curious about there. If I need to go into more detail, just let me know. All right, a lot of questions I got to catch up on here, guys, so bear with me. Is there a way to replicate a column setup you have in a top list for other top list without having to manually do the whole setup again? Okay. So let's do this. I just created a new top list this morning because I want to keep track of all these electronic, well, I just ruined that. Let me respawn it. Because I want to keep track of the electric car manufacturers, right? So electric vehicle manufacturers, these are some of the more liquid names that I'm pointing this list to a custom list of only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stocks. But, you know, the more liquid, higher capped, I always want to say electric vehicle manufacturers. So let's do this. These are all my columns. I want to keep them. Right click, collaborate, copy all. Now I could take any other top list or I could spawn one here. So clearly a different top list, right? But when I right click and collaborate, I hit paste all. Ooh, look, my columns go away, right? But let's say you wanted these columns to pop out or pop up every time you spawned a new top list, because these are the things you like to start with. You don't like to have to go back in and add them each and every time. So if I right clicked and said save as default, okay, Let me give my account a refresh here. Drum roll, please. Voila. So you set up all your columns. You right click in the window, you say save as default. That way every time you spawn a new one, it's going to come back only with those columns that you prefer. So I do believe that was your question, Pundit. Let me know if that got the job done for you. And Prakash, is your layout one of the channels? Well, this is my custom channel up here, but it does not reside in the regular channels. These are all just different channels for you and anyone else to explore. Now, is that a roundabout way of asking for my layout? Because I can always drop that in the chat for you if that's what you need. Just catching up on your other question there, Carlo. So the AI's job to basically run backtests and overnight taking into account the new day's data and selecting strategies that are more likely to work on the following day. That is absolutely true. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull up the strategy panel the AI came to today's session with. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 strategies made the cut today. So the thing to point out here is that the AI's core of strategies, it's probably, it's always adding and getting rid of a few, but let's just say the core of AI strategies that it backtests and optimizes every night comes in at around about 35 strategies. So after the close today, once we incorporate all tick data for all the stocks, then the AI sets about on the process of re-backtesting all of its strategies and trying to improve upon them. And it does this over and over millions of times. And it's only the strategies that once all the optimization has been completed that score a minimum, that make the minimum on our proprietary scoring system. Those are going to be the strategies that make the cut for the next session. So tomorrow we might see more strategies or less strategies. We might see the same strategies make the cut, but in essence that strategy will have been slightly modified by the AI if it does make the cut again for the next session. All right, Stephen, Alpha Predator. Okay, so we've got the channel, right? And then we've got the specific top list for Alpha Predator, okay? And in a nutshell, this is just going to show you stocks that appear to be moving, for lack of a better term here. And if we check out the filter complement in that top list, we can see what's in play here. All right, got some basic stuff, 50-cent minimum. It's got it kicked out at least 100,000 shares today. Here's where the volume starts to come into play. On the 5-minute time frame, volume has to be 2.5 times above normal. Notice that this is a percentage filter. So 100 means normal. 100% is normal, so 250% would be, 2.5 times normal compared to, 100%. Can't be over 25 million shares in the float. Okay, that's what we consider a low float stock. When volume comes into a low float stock, the moves up and down tend to be much greater than if it's a stock with 100 million shares, 75 million shares in the float, so forth and so on. A little bit of a qualifier here on the action in the past 5 minutes. It's got to be up at least 0.2% in the prior 5-minute candle. It also has to be in the upper 30 percentile of its daily range today. That's why we have a minimum value of 70 in there. So it's got to be in the upper 30% of its daily range. And the change in 5 days, it can't be down more than 0.1% over the past 5 days. So it's looking for stocks that haven't been caving in, that have been holding up. Accelerated volume on the 5-minute, low float, and in the upper 30% of its range. So that's what we have, those are the guts of the Alpha Predator there. And the score, okay. All right, so I'm going to click back to my default layout here. Probably my favorite window that makes use of the score filter is this window here that was created by Steve Gomez, the A table. Where did the name come from? Well, when you were in high school, all the kids that made straight A's typically sat at a certain table in the lunchroom, right? And that's where the genesis of this top list came from. Now, notice the score here, all right? This is using our proprietary filter that Andy and some of the other guys all put their heads together to come up with a new filter that takes into account not only technical prowess of a stock, but also solid fundamentals as well. So there are a lot of different factors going in to compute the score value. But just like in high school, or I don't know what they're using to to evaluate grades in college these days. I heard they were going to do away with the A's and the B's because, somebody that got a C might feel sad compared to somebody that got an A, and we don't want people feeling sad because they got a C. But in any case, hundreds and 90s are A's, anything in the 80s is B's, and 70s would be the C's. So all the stocks at the top of this list are going to be pretty technically sound when we start pulling up these charts showing strength. Halo, look at this thing, all-time highs going sideways here, nice and friendly, and we're starting to get the break above this range here. So that is the score. Now, anytime that anybody needs the exact definition of a filter or an alert, once we're in configure, either in a top list or an alert window, and we find the thing that we're looking for here, if I click here and then I say help, what you're going to see here is a window pop up with the exact definition. So let me just cue it up here. And if that's what we're after, you'll be able to read right here. Well, I spoke too soon. Okay. Stock composite rating, exact definition. And you can do this with any alert or any filter. So right here, not only is it looking at technicals, but it's looking at fundamental strength too, using over 15 metrics, mostly technical, but with important fundamental data points as an added bonus there. All right, Stephen, hopefully that answers that one for you. And Iris, I dropped that cloud link. If you just scroll up a little bit, you should see that cloud link for that hammer scan in the chat. All right. Man, a lot of questions coming through here. So we had a request for the Turbo Up family alert. Sure. Okay, there's two different versions of this window. The one here is looking at stocks hitting all-time highs. The one over here is for stocks looking at all-time lows. So obviously this window is not going to be near as active, but it does point out some pretty interesting things from time to time. You'll notice the color coding here as these symbols scroll through. The green ones are going to be the big cap stocks, which are capitalized at 4 billion and higher. Blues are going to be between 2 and 4 billion, and the yellows are going to be sub 2 billion. So I'll gladly drop these in. And by the way, these windows are also located in the Trader's Vault. You can easily grab them there as well. Let's see here. Thoughts on Very? Yeah, well, Very, having a nice couple of days, prior 2 days, not so bad. Getting up here, my eyes immediately go to this sort of level here, which could have acted as supply. But it seems to be pretty resilient. If we get a close up here, that's a good sign for the bulls. Look for a little continued, either one of two things would happen. If we get a nice close here, a little sideways action, or maybe go up to test these areas of potential supply as well. Of course, there's always the possibility that if we get a weak close, we might descend back into this area here. But we did, test it here. A little sideways price action, move up on the second try, it pops through. So if we do get a little close here above that level, how's the volume in that thing today? Yeah, doing 1.88 on relative volume, so there is some volume behind the move. So a close up here would make me think that we're either going to get some sideways action or maybe go test this area, these areas here that could act as potential supply. Aya is asking, is the simulated trading account adding commissions? The answer is no. Anytime you do simulated trading, okay, well, we did have a late day Holly trade, and as you can see, let's do this. SIG AI is marking 24.93 as its price. Did I take any slippage over here? Yes, I did. I took 3 cents of slippage because this is a short sell, right? So I got 3 cents worse. We do simulate good slippage, but we do not simulate commission, right? So you would need to account for commissions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this session has just flown by because lots and lots of questions since we're in test drive. Got about 2 minutes till the top of the hour, so I'm sure Barry's going to be coming back in here pretty soon. I'll just continue to knock out any questions until he gets back here. And sorry for some of the more detailed strategy configuration. There's just simply not enough time today. So who was it that was asking for that swing trade? Godson. If you want to put some specifics into an email regarding that swing trade scan and just ship it on over to info@trade-ideas.com, it'll get routed to the proper person. We can gladly give you some feedback there. It's just been kind of hot and heavy in the questions panel today. And for the more detailed stuff, it would just eat up too much time. And Harvey, that's a good question on the number of custom channels that we can add here. As you can see, I've only got 2, but if I click here, I can always add a channel. It's wanting my cloud code here, so I could add a third. I'm not really sure what it tops out at as far as the maximum number of custom channels or layouts we can install there on the channel bar. Don't know that off the top of my head. That was Harvey's question. Yeah, Prakash, I don't know if I have time before Barry gets back in here to... Yeah, I've got way too many duplicates in here that I'd have to kind of... Let me see if I can... I might be able to. Stand by 1 sec. Oops. Okay, well... Yeah, there's too many windows that are hidden right now that I'd have to pair. I'd have to go through and chop a lot of things out. But I'll tell you the same thing. I'd be more than happy to do that. We just don't have enough time. So I'll tell you this, Prakash. If you want my layout, send that email to info@trade-ideas.com to say, hey, Jamie told me to give his layout in the support session, so they'll send that over to me. I'll pare it down and I'll send you the right cloud link for that. Okay, Mr. Barry, are you around, sir? Just let me know in the chat panel here if you are back, Mr. Barry. Paging Mr. Anderson. All right, well, while we're waiting for Barry to make an appearance, I'll just keep on going here. Ah, there he is. I see him. Okay. I'm used to seeing your name, Barry, and it just says Trade Ideas LLC. So Barry is streaming. I want to thank everybody for popping in. And Barry, it's coming to you in 3, 2, 1. Bye-bye.
So segment, I thought it had strategy name too. Strategy right there. So you can click on strategy. I don't know if this goes into all the detail, but this is a podcast that was done quite a while ago. Well, a couple of months ago by a couple of, well, Michael Noss, who uses AWS. Okay. And so basically, this is for Mac users. The 3 ways it talks about, of course, you can use the web, you can use an emulation, but it does talk about AWS. All right, guys, I'm getting set to do my video. You're welcome, Action Trader. All right, so I'm going to do my video now. I'll be back at about, shouldn't be too long. Well, they won't show up here at all, number one. So you could put it in here. You know, so if you take a trade, there's your strategy. So I think it's the same thing. It won't show up here though, because these are only AI alerts. So I think it's the same thing. Columns, come down here to strategy. Please be there. Strategy name. Okay? So all right, guys, I will do my video now. Okay, I am going to put myself on mute. Before I do that, though, if you do want to subscribe to my videos that I do every day, I'm going to have to do my video right now, CA, so I'll come back, okay, and maybe I can help you. So if you click on my link, and right there you can, right there's my daily recap, okay? So I'm going to do my video now, so I'll be back at about 1:25, and I'll answer the questions, all right? All right, guys, I'm back. All right, let me see if I can catch up on some of these questions. So you can't right now. We're hoping at it maybe next week. Ah, there it is. Okay, it's getting a little closer. Calendar feature. I wonder if it's working. So the calendar, maybe not because it doesn't say show today. So the calendar feature will start to show you, your profit, your all the trades you took in the course of a day. Okay, so it's starting to come together here. Well, you can of course, this should be a running total. If it's well, I mean, look, if it's a swing trade, you'll have your open P and L. You'll have your P and L, open P and L right there. But no, it's new. Yeah, it's not ready yet. In fact, today is Thursday, so I'll be able to be in the marketing meeting that starts at 2. So when I clicked on this yesterday, even though the tab was there, this wasn't showing up. So we must be getting closer. Okay. Okay, so Asia, I mean, that almost be impossible. I'm going to tell you right now, it'll almost be impossible because, the question is, what is the setting for no offset? Well, it would be 0.00, but I mean, you'll probably get no fills because you might get an alert at 291 and the bid's at 292. All right, so if you have zero offset, the only way you can get filled on, the only way you're going to get filled on zero offset is if the bid on the ask are exactly the same. How is that going to happen? I mean, very rarely is that going to happen. Now, you don't have a calendar yet. No calendar yet, okay? I'm hoping that, I guess I'll be in this marketing meeting at 2, and I'll ask the question. But I can tell right now, because I took these trades here, and it's not filling in, what's the day, the 12th, it's not filling these in. So actually, let me try a trade right now because maybe it just got enacted. Let me take a trade right now. BNTC, a couple hundred shares right at the market. Now let's check this calendar, see if it filled out. No. It's possible that you have to wait to the end of the day. I don't know. But, this is very premature. But ultimately, and this will only be in the simulator to start, I believe, but ultimately you'll be able to see all your trades and your profit and loss. Just like in the back tester, when you check your calendar, you see all the trades and you see your profit and loss per day with all the trades. All right, have I caught up to all of the questions? Oh, okay. Okay, so a 40-day bottom, we don't have that. I mean, you can see stocks that are at the bottom of the. So if I click on position, not 40 days though. So we have a 20-day and a 3-month, 10, 20, and 3-month. So we don't have 40 days. Number one, okay. So you can only work with what we have. So bottom bouncer, so you can use the position in the days range. So if you add the filter, And now you want it to be near the low. So let me just see here. Okay, so for instance, if you wanted to see stocks that were no more than 10% above the 20-day range, you could put 10. If you want to put them even closer, 5. Okay. So it's up to you. And then you would just use the position, then you would just use your change from the close in percent. Oops. Okay, so there's a change from the close. So now add filter. So you could, now you could put 3%. So never mind all this other stuff, but so you could put the minimum of 3% and then the position in that 20-day range. Is only 5% above the low. Does that all make sense? Now it's up to you then to add in your price range and your minimum volume for the day. Well, that would be, if you're looking for stocks that are no more than 5% above the low of 20 days, that's what that filter would do. In this, you have to use whatever number you want. Now, that doesn't mean, during that 20 days, I mean, I guess the stock could have popped up and it back down and now it's sitting there. Not necessarily. It just means that it's at the bottom of the 20-day range, not necessarily a 95% drop. I mean, because it could be, it could be sitting there, for 20 days. I mean, at one point, yes, I see what you're saying. Try it, okay, and see what sort of alerts you're getting. If it's making sense, you'll see immediately if it's making sense to you. I don't, and I don't think they work, Chris. It may say, oh, in the back tester. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. I'm not sure it works. Best bet is to, go to the homepage and ask the question, and I know Michael's around. And he'll tell you immediately if it works. Okay? Could you open? Yeah, I did not think they worked. I don't think the filters for the exits don't work. And listen, I'm only a guy who works for Trade Ideas, but I've asked them to take them all out because I know it's confusing to people if you're not able to use it. But it just hasn't been done. Okay, so I'm going to try to catch up on all these questions. So a CCA trader. I mean, you can completely automate trading without an intervention. Yes, you can completely automate it. You can completely automate your own strategies. You can completely automate the AI, though I wouldn't recommend it. You know, if you want to take the trades when they come in some kind of an auto fashion, maybe. But I would, we recommend you manage the exits on your own. But can you automate everything? Yes. And so, I mean, if you wanted to, here are some strategies. So, what I would do, only brokerage plus, only Interactive Brokers right now. I think we're getting closer and closer to TDA and E-Trade, but again, we've been saying that for quite a while now. So, but I think we are pretty close. I know we're testing. We're at least at the testing stage with a TDA account. And we're just trying to, plug any bugs that there might be there. So it's only Interactive Brokers. So if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can't auto trade. If you want to auto trade, you need a premium service. Plus, right now, you need an Interactive Brokers account. So if you don't have IB, so all these are the alerts that happen today from the strategies, these strategies, right? I'm sorry, these ones right here. Okay. So every night, the AI once the market closes, the AI goes through an optimization procedure for the 50 strategies. And these, out of the 50, are the ones that made the cut. Now, I always say, I don't care which ones make the cut. All I care about is what are the alerts I'm getting from them, and these are them. Premium equals AI, yes. You need our premium service to have access to the AI. The other thing, yes, just like the dreamer is saying, you can, before you commit money to the market, and even if you are an experienced trader, and you thought, well, maybe I should try auto trading the AI, you can always use it in simulation mode. Okay, you can practice it in simulation mode to see what happens. It's using our real-time data, so it'll give you a very clear idea about how that works. Look at the market. Yeah, this is stuck, guys. Unfortunately, my indices are stuck. Too bad. If I closed down Trade Ideas and reopened, it would it would get them up to date. I don't want to do that because then I lose out all these other ones. So I'm not going to do it. Sure. So the first thing, of course, is click on the Sim tab. Underneath Brokerage Plus where it says Sim. So that's the first thing. Okay, so now you are in simulation mode. Number one. Number two, you would go to the Holly tab. Right now it says Holly AI off. If you don't have the Holly tab up, you can access it from here, where it says right beside the windows. It says New. Here are all the tabs you have. So make sure you have the Holly AI tab, and then you just highlight them. You want to turn them all on, you just highlight them, right click, and where it says enable. So you just enable. So now they're all on. At this point, right now, if the AI has another alert, the last one was at, looks like 1240, it'll take the trade automatically. At this point. So that's how you do it. Now, the other thing you want to take a look at is if you click on Edit Long Trading Instructions. So so this is if you want to edit every single long trade, one of the long strategies. So my recommendation is to put AI trade mode. I'd put it on moderate, and then I would base it on the stop loss, and I would have a fixed dollar amount that you're going to risk every trade. No, you don't need an IB account to run it in simulation mode. It's using our real-time data. It has no bearing on what, okay, no bearing on what broker you have. It's using our real-time data. And then this limit offset. So what that means is this, when the AI gets an alert, the stock may be moving fairly quickly. So even though it is auto trading, but it doesn't necessarily mean it can get the trade right at the penny of the alert. So that offset is basically saying right there as a 5-cent offset is saying, okay, listen, so let's say I get the alert at 10. How far outside of 10 will I take the trade? So if you use 5 cents right there, that minus 0.05, that'll take the trade all the way up to 10.05 as an example. Okay? So that's what the offset is all about. And so if you save that, so those are the rules then for every long strategy, and I've created the same rules. Edit the short trading instructions. I've done the same thing. So I put a 10-cent offset. It's up to you. I mean, this is something that you can, really, you can play around with. You also, if you're really into it, you should watch this video. All that is covered and more in this video. I mean, if you're serious about, using the AI or your own strategies, and you have an Interactive Brokers account right now, please watch that video. Okay, Stephen, answering you in YouTube, so you understand how to enable the simulation mode. If you don't see this in your toolbar, by the way, this is only available with the app. If you're using a web-based version and you're looking for this, unfortunately, it's not there. Yeah, CELH. I mean, look at it, guys. I mean, this is just it's an earnings play. I mean, it's all-time high. Great alert. I mean, for a $31 stock, a $27 to $31 stock to be up almost 14%, that's awesome. And the same thing with this one. I mean, it's almost up 10%. LI. I mean, XPEV may even catch NIO if it hasn't already. And it's getting closer and closer, $3 away or so. I mean, who'd have thunk that? I know that's not correct grammar, but back here in these days when it was, really lagging, XPEV. I may have to resurrect my gap continuation or reverse. I haven't had this up and running for a while, but I think I'm going to resurrect this. This is one of the ones that I am sharing. Okay, so just in case you're wondering what this is all about, it's a multi-strategy window. Here are the 4 strategies in here: gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So gap up and go means that the stock gapped up and it kept going up. Gap down and reverse meant it gapped down, but it's reversing up. Gap up and reverse, well, guess what? It gapped up, now it's reversing down. And gap down and go meant it's gapped down and it kept going down. So these, the first one and the fourth one are kind of mirror images. You know, gap up and go and gap down and go. And then you're looking for reversal plays, either bounces or tops. I think I'm gonna start. So this is what I mean. I haven't had this one up for a while, but I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing. And so, you know, look at this. I mean, so gap down, and now it's reversing, HYLN. So I think I'll start to use this again. And again, it's just one of those ones that is, no, you'll have to load it, okay? I mean, I am sharing it, okay? So I know you're using the web-based version, but you can load it, and you can take a look at it. You know how to do that. You know, I don't want to. I'd have to break them all out. I don't really want to, but I'll break out one because I think they're kind of all the same. You know, so I mean, but again, these are my filters, right? So I mean, you know, 50 cents and $50, 50,000 shares. Why I have such a low volume? Because some of these, you know, some of these start out at the beginning of the day, like 50 cents above the previous close, 4% above the previous close. So what I would do, I mean, load it, and then you can break them out yourself and see, and then you can make adjustments. You know, this is not the be all and the end all, and you can find them. You can find them right here. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and here are my scans, and I hope one of them is the gap up. Yeah, gap, oops, where is it? Yeah, gap continuation reverse right there. So then you can take a look at it. You can make any adjustments. Now you can make, in multi-strategy windows, you can do things like this. So you could, if you right click and see where it says configure all, so you can select the ones, edit the selected. Now you can, you know, change the price range for them all. Where that makes sense. You can change the volume for them all, the price range for them all. This is just the EPA, this is just the filter. I think those are the only ones you can actually do a change for them all. So if you said, you know what, I want to make sure that the minimum volume in all those is, you know, 100,000, and I want to change my price range. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change my price range to $30. So Stephen, I'm not sure I understand your question. So the AI gets optimized every evening once the market closes, gets optimized every evening. And if you're asking, if the question is this, will I look at these strategies and select the top 5 or 6? No. Okay, no. I don't care about the strategies so much. I just care about the alerts I get from them. If that makes sense. So of all these strategies, so for instance, you know, on support, there were no alerts here in this one, no alerts. Anywhere there's a blank, there were no alerts. Even though this strategy It was optimized for today. It produced no alerts because no alerts met the criteria. Yeah, Cyber, I can't, you may have to send in your log or something. I just can't help you. I don't know why. Okay. Okay. Well, maybe just, not trying to be mean or anything, but maybe keep the thoughts to yourself until you've done it. You're kind of, I think what you're doing right now is you're thinking out loud and typing it in here. Okay, so maybe just kind of keep those thoughts to yourself until you really have a question or something. Only because it sort of jams up the off topic. I have to read it because I'm not sure what if it's a question for me or not. Are you talking about AI? No. These are all proprietary, so you cannot look at the strategies. All right. Thank you, Chris. Well, if it's your own strategy I don't want to say it like this, but of course you created it, so all you have to do is right click and click on configure and click on summary. And no, I understand that, but your question was, is it possible to look at the configuration window of a strategy that you created? Now think. That's not what you asked? So when you say you loaded a strategy on AI, you might be misinterpreting. You can't load a strategy on the AI. These are the AI strategies, or these are the AI strategies. Okay. Here, these ones, that's nothing to do with AI. These are. So if you right click. Okay, so this is not the AI. This is just your own strategy. Okay, it's just so that it might be semantics to you, but just so that other people don't think, well, how can you do that? These are these in theory are my own, not so much strategies. These are the rules that I will. Okay, so if you click on new trading strategy, and these are the filters that were used. Configure, these are the filters that were used. No. Here, order details. No. Order details, okay. All right. So the risk, so you can either base your position sizing, and we recommend that you try risk value, a dollar amount. So this 2 minutes means, okay, let's just say you have an offset. And so you get, it'll end the trade if it doesn't take the trade. So it'll give you 2 minutes to take the trade. So let's just say, for argument's sake, the stock's at $10. You have an offset of 5 cents, and immediately though the stock is at 10.06, so it's outside. Well, what if it drops down between gets down to 10.05 or 10.04? So then it would take the trade. So you're going to give it 2 minutes to do that. Have you watched the video? Okay. Yeah, okay, so the target now is, okay, let's just say you take, if you want to make 50 cents a trade, I wouldn't use it, but if you want to make 50 cents a trade, $1 a trade, then that's what that's what your offset would be, okay? That's what you would put your offset. So that would automatically, yeah, that would automatically create a target price, okay? Well, I can't help that. Okay, well then make a, make a suggestion, info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, I can. Well, I'm not an expert either. I don't even use this. I don't auto trade. So okay. So the question from WC in the YouTube feed was the gradient. This gradient. You're talking about the gradient. Let me get a better one maybe. Yeah, it's hard to see, but you're talking about the gradient that you see here, that it starts to get slightly darker orange, and then, I mean, it's really hard to see. And then it's starting to get a darker blue as you get higher. Is that what you mean on the chart? You're talking about the gradients as it gets darker orange and a darker blue as the price. Okay, let's take a look at higher, HYRE. It may not look the same in mine, but okay, good. So you're talking about these colors right there. Okay, so every time you click on an alert, the system will create a smart stop for you. Okay, it's a guide. You don't have to use it, but it's a guide. So if the price and it's generated by it looks at the stock's volatility, the high and the low for the day, feeds those numbers in, and it'll create what we call a smart stop. So if you got into the trade at 569, you could use this as your smart stop at 550, right down there. As the price gets closer and closer, it's sort of a warning. You know, you're getting closer and closer to your stop. The blue area up here, nothing fancy. It's just double the distance between, if you took the trade at 569, let's make it really simple. Let's say you took the trade at 570 and that stop is at 550. That's a 20-cent stop. The top of the blue will be 40 cents away. Just double the smart stop, which is 20 cents, so it would just be double it. So as it starts approaching it, you know, it's just showing you, hey, you're getting close to that target. Okay? You have to set the auto trade on before the market opens, but you have to do it every day. And no, you certainly don't have to wait for the first alert to pop up. So we make you. I mean, if you're going to auto trade, you should know darn well that you're auto trading, right? So because some people have said, well, I want to leave it on all day, every day. Well, maybe the day that you forget it's on and you've gone out shopping, and you come home and you find you've auto traded a whole bunch of stuff and you didn't want to. Okay, so that's why we make you, before the market opens, you have to make you can do it any time during the day. You can turn them on at any time. But if you are wanting to auto trade, and that includes your own strategies, then you have to make a conscious decision to turn them on every day. It's just believe me, it's a safety mechanism. I don't understand the question. You mean you have a maximum of $5,000 in your account? I still don't understand. If you have for all a what like 5K, what do you mean? You're risking 5K per trade, or you have a maximum in your account of 5K? Yeah, okay. So, all right. Well, I mean, again, you'll run out of, I mean, if you only have five, I mean, if you're really talking about 5K in your account, I mean, you won't be able to trade the AI if you're in the US. I mean, you'll be under the PDT rules, so you won't be able to trade the AI like that. Number one, you know, you can only have three quote unquote day trades a week if you're in the United States with an account under 25,000. Okay, you're in the UK. Well, what'll again, it will be more defined by this. You know, how have you when you edit the long trading strategy, how much are you going to risk per trade? So if it's $100 a trade, and but what if it's a very expensive stock, as an example? You know, so it's going to take a certain number of shares. So it's going to start multiplying. It's not going to risk $5,000 per unless you know, I mean, in the AI, you know, at the beginning of the day, you don't know how many trades there are going to be. Okay, you don't know how many trades there are going to be. But we won't know. You know, we won't know if it's going to be 10 trades for the day or 5 or 3 or 20. You know, eventually you'll run out of money. Well, yeah, I don't know if you can actually do that in terms of the. But I mean, if you've got 5K, I mean, you really have to reduce how many shares you're going to be taking. I mean, I always say, I mean, if you've got a five, seriously, I mean, if you've got a 5K in your account, I mean, I always talk about this like this. I mean, if you're going to risk $100 a trade, you only have 5K in your account, you're going to run out of money. You might have to reduce that to $25 or something, okay? Okay, guys, listen, I am going to be in the marketing meeting that starts at 2 o'clock. I want to find out a little bit more about the calendar tab to see if it's going to be available. I mean, it looks like it's almost there, so I'm going to find out a little bit more about that. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. No, you cannot search for a specific stock. If you're talking about like a company name, Stephen, like you want to type in Macy's or something and you want to know what the symbol is, no. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Let me just close down a couple things on my other monitor. Okay, so I found a little bit more about the calendar function. It is coming. I mean, actually, I'm on a. I should be on a development version. I would see the trades, but it's not as pretty yet as it's going to be. So if you guys are used to the backtester, you know how you have the calendar. You can click on it, you can see all your trades, and it makes sense. So it's just kind of at the beginning. So I'll have to see when I get to my updated version. I'll see exactly what they're talking about. I was watching that BNTC. I thought it was going to maybe challenge 3, get above 3, but not quite. You know, guys, this one really intrigues me. This GRWG. I mean, talked about it before today. Talking about it again today. I mean, look at the bottoming tail in that weekly. It had earnings after hours yesterday. Cannabis play. I would argue that this is just about the best one out there in terms of the chart. You know, it's on a lifetime high. It did not. I mean, look at the rest of them. The more, shall we say, more well-known names. I mean, look at Tilray. Look at. I mean, look at this. Look at CGC. My guess is that's going to look a little bit like. Yeah, I mean, well, CGC is sort of basing a little bit. Of course, ACB. Well, that's on its own. It did a financing, I guess. What's AFA doing? Yeah, I mean, but look, I mean, the GRWG, sorry, GRWG. I mean, look at the look at today. I mean, so this is challenging. Well, it got to the all-time high. Very interesting. Boy, this has had a nice, excuse me, nice recovery. This HYLN, pretty nice recovery. Still kind of a classic doji week right now. Look at that. It's open and closed. It's the same price as what it opened this week. And look at this. I mean, there's a doji on the weekly chart. Can it continue? I mean, this got up to $46 or so. 44.90. Got up to 44.90. This is one of those SPACs. Look it up. SPACs. And, you know, it's not done well. SPAC. I didn't say H. SPAC. Yes. What time is it? 2:30. Okay. Well, you know, you don't need a lot of, but these are two excellent trades, no question. I'm a fan of 10 and under. But this is, I think, this is the second day. I think yesterday, there was only one trade in the under 20. I don't know if this is going to be a pattern now or what. Under $20. I think there was only one trade. Let me see. Do a history yesterday, and the answer is, I guess there were two, GTech and Egan. You might want to keep an eye on FPRX. It's starting to get a little. I mean, it's all over the place, but I mean, look where it got to this morning. Almost $25. Drops almost $5. Kind of basing a little bit here. Maybe it's going to pop. It looks a little different on the 5. Yeah, for those of you with the patience on the solo, congratulations. I know some of you were watching solo earlier, and this is now still making a very, very nice move. I know I remember you talking about it, PJ, yeah. But that's a great move. I mean, 420 to 460 or 430 to 460 or so, that's great. Yeah, 6.8 million. It's interesting that no shorts for XPath. It's kind of interesting whether yeah, you're right, 6.8 million available for LI. I'm watching that BNTC. Maybe, just maybe, it'll pop through 3 again and get some volume. I mean, it's traded the float, 3.6 million. A bit of a crazy day for it. Looked like it was going to break out, but not quite. But yeah, look at this one. AKUS, oh, very low volume. Okay. Yeah, it's hard, CA trader. The reason being is that everybody uses the AI differently, all right? And how we recommend using the AI, maybe you want to auto trade the entries, but manage the exits on your own. We do have something that compared to the SPY, so that if you got out exactly when the AI got out, but I don't know how. I'll be honest, I have no idea how relevant that really is but you can take a look. Here's the performance, but that is not to me real world trading. So I guess really what I'm trying to say is that the way I would use the AI and the way you would use it and the way somebody else. I mean, the only way, I mean, if everybody just auto traded and got out at the same time, then that is what you're looking at. But I think that's just not the way to use the AI. Yeah, look at XPAV. I mean, it just, yeah. I mean, this is just, yeah, this is, as you say, these are the hot stocks. Boy, has this been rocky. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails for this one. GTEC, popped up, came all the way down. I mean, you argue it to me, May, that it's been slow, it's been up. It's just that, these topping tails and bottoming tails just look like so much indecision. Boy, GRWG, it keeps going, guys. Really, really strong. Be interesting to see what this one does tomorrow. GRWG after its earnings. What's MJ doing? Yeah, so I mean the well, this clean energy, no, it's too choppy. It's just way too choppy, I think. I mean, not a bad week. Look, I'm just looking kind of at the monthly chart. It's so choppy up and down. VRM was an earnings play, wasn't it? Room was an earnings play. I thought it was down, and yeah, it was down, and it's really, and this is an all-time low now. This is an IPO here, and you don't even look at the monthly chart even. So it's a all-time low right now. All right, guys, 240. And tomorrow is Friday. Be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. Also, Celsius Holdings, CELH, AI Alert, another like lifetime high basically. See if this continues or will we have the little pullback. But man, oh man, how strong was that one today? Question mark. I see. Now there is a good pseudonym. all the EV stocks. That's funny. Well, you got to go with what's hot. I'm kind of happy that the shippers dried up. I mean, at least there's some substance you can feel about these EVs. I mean, I know they don't have tremendous sales or anything like that, but these little shippers, they have their day. Everybody goes crazy for half a day, a day. Hey, that is what? How far is the Dow down today, guys? I'm sorry, my. You know what? I am gonna reload because I want to. I'm gonna load in the new build that I should have had, and that's going to show me the calendar a little bit better way. So I'm going to close this down. So don't worry, I'll be back. Just want to. I don't care if I lose my. Okay, just give me a moment here. I am going to. Download the later version of Trade Ideas that I should have had. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Now we've got the true picture. Okay. Now let's take a look at the calendar this time. There we go. Now what's happened is, of course, is that I think if I click on the simulator again, or I should have done it there. Hmm. Oh, I see what's happened. Okay, so you can't. Okay, this is just the absolute beginning of this all. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is going to be ready for next week the way we want it to be, because you should be able to click on this, pull up your trades. It just say trades 8, okay, but it's going to get looking more like when if you're familiar with the back tester and the calendar, you can see all the trades. So this is just a real start. So I don't know if they'll release it like this because it'll confuse people too much. Yeah, a lot of volume too. Look at the volume coming into GTEC. A lot of volume. And I see that also they're starting to add some more indicators. This is in the average true range. What is that going to look like? I'm just going to put it, see what it looks like. Okay, there's the average true range, but you can probably, there was another one. We're starting to add more indicators. Don't ask for it now, please. I was just told that, and the rate of change, whatever that is, and the rate of change, okay? Interesting. Michael's going to do some videos on them, so we'll know what they actually mean. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sort of a momentum indicator, and the ATR obviously is going to track the ATR. Okay, but don't ask me when. Don't ask me when they're going to be available. Okay, I have no idea. But indicators development, that's what it's called. So average true range, and this is new rate of change. Don't ask me when they're going to be available, please. I don't know. Can we look at historical peak resistance? I don't think so. I don't think so. I've not heard that before. I mean, obviously we have a. You maybe I don't even know how would you define that historical peak resistance. Give me an example of something. Oh, historical peak volume. No, we can't do that. Yeah, we're not able to really. So if you're, it's like what you're trying to say is what was the day that had the highest volume ever? Yeah, no, we can't do that. Past intraday charts. I don't know, John. I have no idea. Well, MACD is not even on here, is it? So MACD isn't even on here. So I don't know. I shouldn't have showed you guys this. I'm in the dark, just like you guys. Okay. So what do you mean by past intraday charts? I mean, again, I'm going to say no. No. I mean, all you can do is just go back like this, scroll back. But no, you can't do that. I see what you mean. No. Again, I know I always sound like I'm apologizing for our charts. We're not a full-blown charting package. We are adding more and more indicators, but things like that, I have no idea. Well, this I do know. I mean, listen, the EMAs, it's kind of an embarrassing thing that we don't have EMAs, just SMAs, as filters, but and alerts. But I do know what I've been, and I don't know when it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen, sooner than later. I know it's going to be within a year. But the crosses, the 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA, something like that is being worked on right now. So, okay. But don't ask me when. Please don't ask me when. Ugly is right. Oh man, oh man, oh man. This I have to just not look at this one. This is just too erratic. All right, Real. Thanks a lot for all your. What time is it now? Not time. November the 12th. Okay. Thanks a lot for obviously all your input and help in the room. Look at GRWG. Wow. A little pullback, pop, pullback, pop. 9 minutes. Not that I'm eager to get out of here, but you're welcome, Ital designer from Toronto, I think, right? So anticipate less questions tomorrow. So next week, I'm sure it'll be a little more like the normal trading room. I'm going to keep watching this BNTC. I'm so intrigued by what happened this week in terms of the volume. Yeah, that volume. And look at the day. Look at today. You know, is this accumulation for some reason? Is it? You know, inquiring minds want to know. So I want to keep watching this one. See, what I don't want to happen is to forget about it and then, 2-3 weeks later it's at $5 and I'm going to kick myself thinking, why wasn't I following it? I'm not saying that's going to happen. Okay, I'm just saying, if you're watching it, it's been on my watch list, my radar for a couple of weeks now. Well, I've got some. I have some alerts set here. I got one just over 3. It doesn't mean I'm going to take it at 3, but I want to know if it gets over 3 again. On volume. I've got one alert. Well, set right there. Well, there it is at 3. I've got another one set up in this area. I have to admit, I was a little disappointed. I thought today was going to be the day. We looked at this, the weekly chart. We looked at, it's hard to see, but maybe if I expand it a bit or just, there, we can see that week and that week, I wish it didn't do that, but exactly the same highs, 325, 325. And then earlier on in the day, it got up to 322 before it pulled back, and then it popped through here like nothing. I thought that was it. I really did. I thought, okay, we're away. So I'd like to see it take that out again. That 325, 330 area again. Yeah, I'm giving up some, but look at the potential up to 6. So it's a low float. I mean, it's a super low float. So things could get very crazy one day. I don't know if it's a negative sign. I mean, it gives you pause. What's happening? Is this the distribution that we hear about? That people are positioning themselves. I mean, it's kind of unusual when you see a big green bar and the price doesn't move. It could be a cross. Now, in general terms, especially on the more expensive stocks, it could be a cross. Company has been notified by a big shareholder that, you know what, I want to get rid of my shares, but I don't want to destroy your share price. So can you arrange, for an orderly cross? I'm not saying this is happening here at all, but that's just in a general sense. When I see something like that, huge volume, no price movement. All right, I'll just put this in here, closing the room at 3 o'clock. What a fizzle all these little shippers turned out to be. Lots of, I mean, you can just see, look at this. I mean, you're going to see, well, that went right in, well, that's a 200 weekly. I don't really pay that much attention to that, but, probably see a lot that look just like this, big topping tails on the daily, and just, forget it. Actually, this is not not a big topping tail so much, but definitely, got up to 1039 and it's down here now. Congratulations, who's that? PJ on the solo. Again, it took that dip though. I mean, you got to have a lot of nerve on this because, I mean, if you're going to swing this, you have to have a wide stop because you have to be prepared to stomach all these downturns, which are pretty significant. Going from 460, to 435 or so, that's a pretty big percentage drop. These are the things that just get me out if I'm trying to intraday trade. But you can't look at me, but look at that daily chart now. You know what, guys? My battery on my earphones just gave me a little indicator saying it's going to, I'm running out. So probably just as good a time to shut down the room, okay? Yeah, I can't scan for stocks that haven't broken really, Chris. And I'm just going to, well, I don't need my headset really, but yeah, I mean, can't really scan for those that have not broken. I mean, we don't have a metric for that. So we don't have a filter for that. So the position in the 15-minute range or position in the 30-minute opening range. Okay, we don't have a filter like that. So can't do it. Because then you could just put, for the max, you could put anything less than 100. So we don't have the position in opening 15 minutes or 30 minutes, etc. You too, IRAPS. That's okay. Glad to answer. All right, guys, I think that is it. Thanks a lot for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.